So you want to learn how to start your own online business with under $100. The best way for me to show you how to start your own dropshipping business is by showing you how I took this exact product, this watch, from 0 to 30K in 30 days. And in this video, I give you guys the complete behind the scenes on how we did it. This is the exact same strategy I used to make over $170,000 when I was 19 years old. And my story was published on news articles all around the world, from news.com.au to the New Zealand Herald to the Daily Mail UK, even on some Vietnamese websites because I'm Vietnamese. But what's crazy is I was also featured on some Slovakian news site. So over the last 7 years, I've personally done over $500,000 worth of e-commerce sales, selling all types of products all over the world. And I've been a part of several brands where we've made over $2 million in revenue. Furthermore, helping students from all over the world generate over $10 million worth of e-commerce sales. In this video, I show absolutely everything. I don't hold back. I give you guys a whole behind the scenes look on how we took this watch, this exact product, from 0 to $30,000 over 30 days. Man, I'm gonna be showing you guys completely everything from finding the product, building your Shopify store, figuring out the brand name, building the logo, uploading the product onto your store, launching your first Facebook ads, getting the very first sale live together over my shoulder. We'll be going on this journey together, seeing how I fulfilled that first order through the dropshipping model, going on AliExpress and shipping the product to the customer's address, scaling the Facebook ads, and showing you guys the end result, completely transparent, showing you guys everything. Here is a video. I can't wait for you guys to see it. As you can see, I found a product on AliExpress. It was one of the smartwatches, and now I'm finding a domain that would match for this product. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a one product store for this one product. And here's the product, as you can see, very simple, very clean, has very nice photos. So I would have to go ahead and take professional photos. And I'm looking at the product and thinking of cool domain names for the product. So I'm trying like flowing watch, flow watch, glide watch. So I'm testing a bunch of domains, and I want to find a .com domain just because a .com domain is just much more stronger and more authentic. So as you can see, I'm going to be testing a bunch of different domains just like you guys. I'm not coming up with domains on the spot. I actually spend some time and energy and effort to try to figure it out, test different things. Most of them are unavailable, to come up with one that actually is available and matches with the product. That's very important. So as you can see, I'm just searching things, scrolling down and making sure it's unavailable before going to the next one. And I'm just using the names and coming with ideas on the flow and just troubleshooting basically. Now I'm probably going to fast forward this process because it was a long process. So the first domain that I found that was available was Xfinity Flow. So that was my first option, xfinityflow.com. Then I looked back at the watch and then I was like, that doesn't sound too good. Xfinity Flow sounds a bit weird. And I came up with 360glide.com. And as you can see, bam, the .com was available for $12.45 Australian. So that's roughly 10 USD. And now we'll fast forward through the whole checkout process. And then done. We finally went ahead and ordered our domain for our store. So that's the very first step, finding the domain that suits your product. Then I went back to Shopify. On the home page, I just clicked add domain. Very, very simple process. I'll take you guys through it right now. I click connect existing domain. I put in 360glide.com. Click connect automatically, and then what I did was I then logged into GoDaddy.com, my account. Looking back, what I should have done, I should have just bought the domain from Shopify domains. It would have been easier to connect,
but since I just use GoDaddy and I have all my domains there, I stick to GoDaddy. But if you're new, I highly recommend you just purchase the domain from Shopify. Now it's just verifying. Now while I'm waiting for it to verify, what I went ahead and did was download every single photo of this watch, because I just wanted to build a folder of assets and photos I could use when building out this one product store that I wanted to do. So I use this app called, I think it's like Image Download. It's like a very basic Chrome app that I can use to download photos. So I went ahead and downloaded all the photos from the AliExpress listing, because I wanted to prepare myself for when I finish verification. And then check this out, it even has a video. Like, this was a perfect listing. As you can see, there's a beautiful 24-second video that you could download. AliExpress allows you to download their videos, so you definitely want to look for products on AliExpress where they have a video pre-made just for you. So that helps a lot. Went back to Shopify, the verification now is complete. My domain is now connected to my store, and we just officially started 360glide.com. And then I go ahead and I explore the free themes. We won't be using a paid theme, so this is something that everyone can follow. I want to minimize the amount of cost you guys use when you get started. So the free theme I use is Jumpstart, which is the one right here, the one that looks like this. Copy me, use Jumpstart. I highly recommend it. It's a beautiful one product sort of theme where, you know, as you can see in the sample, Shopify itself recommends it for one product stores. Then I went ahead, added Jumpstart, actions. You then want to publish it, so you'll make this your main store theme. Previously I had my booster theme connected, so I'm going to replace it with Jumpstart for this example. Go ahead and then publish. And now you could go ahead and customize your theme, and I'll be taking you guys through that whole process as well. I'm going to start by editing the header, take out Simplest Gamer, replace that with 360glide.com. The reason I got Simplest Gamer, long story, that used to be my YouTube channel when I had a small gaming channel. This was like back when I was like, I don't know, like 14, 15 years old. I had a gaming channel called Simplest Gamer, so that's an homage to that. But I'm just trying to download the video on AliExpress. It keeps on getting cancelled for some reason. AliExpress is sometimes annoying like that. In the end, I managed to download that video, and I'll actually show you guys the whole editing process, step by step, how I actually made the edit for my ad that was scaled to like 2-3 million views. So first thing first, what I do is I go ahead and put the video onto Final Cut Pro, and why I do that is because I want to go ahead and get a high quality screenshot of one of the frames really showing off the watch beautifully. So as you can see, I get a PNG file of that exact screenshot and time frame. Another way, if you don't have an editing software, you could just sort of do a screenshot using snipping tool or your computer sort of screen share software. But yeah, that's exactly what I do. And then I save the image. I then go ahead and open it up on Photoshop, because this is going to be the image that's going to be the first thing you see on my Shopify store homepage. And as you can see, I use the patch tool to blur out that logo. It's as simple as that, and that's how you go ahead and make a cover photo for your one product store. And it looks brand new. It looks like there wasn't even a logo to begin with. The patch tool is so powerful, so you definitely want to get it. Photoshop, definitely worth it. You no longer have to pay like $200, $300, $400 for it. They do like a monthly sort of subscription. You pay like $30 a month, or you could even just install the free trial and do exactly this. And the reason why I needed to crop out and create a version without the AliExpress logo is because I needed to do this. I needed to basically create an edit where the logo wasn't there. So you can't really use the patch tool on a video. So what I did was I layered the new version where I used the patch tool to sort of make the logo on the top right hand corner disappear, and as a result I cropped it. You should rewatch this video on slow motion to see how I did it, but basically I removed the logo from this video by layering the patch tooled version on top of the original version, cropping it back and just sort of covering the logo. And I showed you guys the whole process. That's the thing about this series. I'm literally showing you guys everything, every single step of the way. So here's the video. I then go ahead and export it. Very simple 24-second video, the exact same video that I found on AliExpress. Now I'm rendering the video. The rendering finished, so I then go ahead and upload the video onto Vimeo. And the reason why I want to do that is because using the one product store, I want the home page, that first wallpaper panel you see when you go to 360glide.com, to be a video of our product. Now if you sort of use a YouTube link, you know, you get like a red play button, it's not as nice. So uploading my video onto Vimeo, which I'll attach to my Shopify theme, is just much more cleaner. So while I'm waiting for the video to upload on Vimeo, as you can see it's at 10%, I want to sort of multitask. I went ahead and go to the App Store on my store, and I'll be showing you guys the app I use. I literally use like under 5 apps. I don't know why people keep it complicated. They have just like 10-20 apps, especially when you're starting. Keep it as simple as possible. So all I install is Oberlo. So I search Oberlo, add app, and this is the easiest way to install. A lot of people keep it complicated and they search Oberlo on Google and they sort of have to like link it together. You just want to go to your app store and then install Oberlo through the Shopify app store. That's the fastest way. So I install. As you can see, I'm trying to multitask. I'm trying to set up my settings as well as install Oberlo while uploading Vimeo. And that's sort of how I sort of did this over like a period of 3-4 hours. I think it literally took me 3 to 4 hours to set up this one product store that ended up making 30 grand. This is sort of the secret on how I did it. I just multitask a lot. So I'm going to be showing you, while we're waiting for Oberlo and Vimeo to set up, me setting up my payment processor. Now we're back to Oberlo. It's officially linked up, so Oberlo's finished. I want to just set up my payment methods. I'm going to start with Shopify payments. I'm going to add in currencies. I want to start with US dollars because that's, you want to use, everyone that's doing dropshipping, have your store in US. And then with the new Shopify payment setting, you could actually put in a bunch of different countries that it would automatically translate depending on the country. So if the person's from Canada, Shopify payments will actually translate the currency into Canadian dollars. So Shopify payments is very powerful now. The statement, put in 360glide.com, so when people purchase, this is what they see, 360glide, because that's the name of our store. Payouts, I want it every business day. Fraud protection, you do want to decline charges that fail with CVV verification. Customer billing statement, 360glide. Phone number, I just sort of put in something random to start with, and then I replace it with a Google Voice number. So that's definitely something you want to do as well. But that is Shopify payment setup. I brought you guys through the whole process. Select all the currencies, check all the boxes. The more options you check, it's better for the customer because you want them to have more options. You want them to be able to pay with Shopify Pay, Apple Pay, American Express. You want them to be able to check out in their own currency, and that's why I literally checked every single available option. Okay, now go back to payments. Complete account setup. Now, as you can see, Vimeo's finished uploading, so I'm going to pause with the setup. I'm going to go back to my theme. I'm going to upload the Vimeo link into the homepage video. See, I'm just multitasking, and you don't want to make a store over a week. You want to be able to get it done in a few hours, and this is exactly how. I go ahead and paste the video link. I think I have to remove the HTTPS. See if that works. Nope, I selected the wrong link. So let me go ahead and open this in a new tab. Go back. While I'm waiting for that to load, I'm gonna go ahead and install the Oberlo Chrome app. So I have that loading. Now I'm back to my Shopify payment settings. I'm just double checking everything. Now the link should be finished. So I'm trying to find the URL link, copy link. Yep, I think that's the link, that's a direct link to the video I just uploaded on Vimeo, but I'm just gonna be safe and go back to home. Go to my videos on Vimeo. There's the video, copy link. Copy video link. Go back to my Shopify store, Now I can link that in. Yep, now it's working. Perfect. It's now showing. Now I'm gonna save. Actually, I'm gonna wait for this to load. But while I'm waiting, I'm opening up DaFont. So I'm actually going to go ahead and create my logo right now. Hopefully this isn't too overwhelming that I'm doing like 3, 4, 5 things at once. But this is the realest example you're going to get. This is raw footage of me setting up my store and how I do everything. Like, this is the realest it's going to get. This isn't like a step-by-step guide. This is a real case study where you're following me behind my shoulder. But you want to go to DaFont.com. Amazing place to create your logo completely for free. I put in a preview called 360 Glide. Follow the video to see how I got to this page. Submit, and now I can see a bunch of different fonts with 360 Glide. So now I'm just scrolling down, finding logos and fonts that would fit what I think would look best for my store. So that one looked pretty good, so I clicked on that one, go to page 2, and like, this site is so amazing. Like, the fact I can put in 360 Glide and have it change every single font into 360 Glide is just amazing. Like, DaFont is where to go if you want to make an amazing, beautiful, free logo that's just text. But I have other strategies that you can definitely check out in my YouTube channel below. I opened up the product on AliExpress and I'm looking at it. So I'm looking at it because I want to get a feel of what type of logo would match the product. So that's why I went ahead and looked at the AliExpress version. And I'm opening up all the fonts that I like and I think might work in a new tab, so I could sort of cross-check them and sort of A/B test which I'm better. And every time I find another one I like, I split test it with the current tab I have open, and then if the new one's better, I cross the old one. If the old one's still better, I cross the new one. So I'm scrolling because I'm not happy yet. I still think there could be one that's more perfect. And then I keep with Geo Sans Light. This is the one that I like. And then I go ahead and I decide that this is perfect. And if you look at it, very clean logo, and that was a perfect logo for my product. I download the font and I install the font. So I then go ahead and install the font, and now I'm opening up Photoshop to go ahead and create my logo. Just because when I went on my store theme, the first thing I needed to upload was my store logo, and that's what triggered me to go ahead and create my logo. While I'm doing that, I want to install Oberlo. Was successfully able to install the app, just needed to sign in. While I'm waiting for that, I'm then creating my 360 Glide logo right now. And yeah, that's part 2. We went ahead and installed the font on the last video, which we found on DaFont.com. Using that font, it was Geo Sans Light. I typed up 360 Glide. I tested Glide in capital letters and in lowercase. I tested it spaced apart and stuck together. And I'm trying to find the best sort of look for it. I'm just sort of using my eyes. Based on what I'm seeing, the space looks much better compared to when it's stuck together. And Glide, having not all caps, does not look good as it looks now. So as you can see, we got the logo basically finished, and then sort of I want to make the logo more fancy. So I was thinking maybe I'll put in like a 360 sort of degrees thing around the logo because it's 360 Glide. So what I thought of doing was googling 360. Found this PNG image. As you can see, I'm looking at the product to sort of get a gist of how I want the logo to look like. So you want to have like a text logo as well as a rectangle logo for your Facebook sort of profile photo. That's why it's important. Able to luckily find a 360 sort of degree compass, PNG, save image as, go back to Photoshop, delete the background because I want a PNG image for my logo, cropping it, rectangle, zoom in so I can see things clearer. I like to use hotkeys, so that's like control, I think control V to turn on vectors. So get to know your hotkeys. That's another hack on sort of accelerating things. Center it. Now I'm going to go ahead and add in that image, drag it in, As you can see, it perfectly matches the name 360 Glide. So we've got 360glide.com, we've got the logo, now we've got the actual 360 compass around the name of our store. So everything's slowly coming together. I'm just sort of expanding it because I want the 360 Glide text to be within this circle compass, not sort of overlapping. So I need to make it bigger and bigger. And then looking back, I just should have made it really big and expanded the 360 Glide text. That would have been faster. And yeah, as you can see, it perfectly fits in. Now I think I spammed some random buttons, so now I can't click anything for some reason, so I need to troubleshoot like what's happening. So I'll fast forward this troubleshooting. Then I figure out how to go back to normal. I save this logo as is, and now I'm thinking, maybe I should add a background to this logo. So I go back to Google and I search black gradient background. And as you can see how like this is basically, I'm giving you guys all the hacks when it comes to creating your own logos. I'm teaching, this is a lesson on how to create a store logo completely for free basically. So I think I look at the black gradient image on another screen and I think, damn, it's too black. On top of that, the main reason is because the black text and the black compass is going to blend into the background and people aren't going to be able to see 360 Glide. So I then go ahead and go back and I search white gradient. You know, that's sort of what you do. You sort of do things, you have some ideas, you try it, you go into some roadblocks and then you pivot and you try something else and you just repeat that again and again and again. It's part of the process, making mistakes. So find a cool white gradient, that's perfect. Drag it in, put it to the bottom layer. Wow, how clean does that look? That's so clean. That's a professional logo that like I could charge someone, you know, several $100s. Like if their company name was 360 Glide, this logo I could literally charge 300 USD for. Look how clean it is. It looks like a professional logo, and you guys just sort of saw me go through the whole process. Dude, I love this series. Like I myself feel the amount of value in this course as is. Like I wish something like this was completely for free on YouTube when I was sort of starting. That's exactly why I'm making this content, for the person who was me, that is currently grinding and hustling right now trying to figure this all out. But as you can see, I saved the previous logo, which was a rectangle logo, and now I save another logo which is a PNG logo of just the 360 Glide text. And the reason I do this is because you don't want to have like a rectangle logo on your store because it'll sort of leave bars on top and bottom. You just want a clean, thin logo at the top, like Fashion Nova. So I then save that image and I go back to my store theme, go to my header, I then upload the logo, upload an image. I select the image of the logo, check it, and then I see, damn, like for some reason it's cut at the very bottom. Being the perfectionist I am, I go ahead and I go back to sort of redo the logo because it does not look nice being cut at the bottom. As you can see, I make the logo, I don't make the same mistake as last time and crop it too tight, because when I did that, it cut off sort of the bottom. Trying to find a center now. And the reason why I like this series is because not only am I showing you guys step-by-step Shopify and dropshipping content, is I'm giving all these life hacks, these shortcuts, and it's sort of like more than just a step-by-step guide. Because if you wanted a step-by-step guide, you'd buy a $300 course. You want to learn, basically you want to shadow me, and that's what this course is. You're shadowing me. Alright, so back to the logo making. What I did was I also wanted to create a version where the text was white. When you're making your logo, you just sort of want to make every single variation. White text, black text, rectangle, slim, just so you don't have to go back and recreate them. So that's another hack, being very versatile. So I uploaded the black version, didn't like it because it blended into the background, so I then created the white version that you just saw. I was able to then also filling in my company details, put in my company number. So I filled that out. Shopify didn't upload the white version, so I'm re-uploading it. So it looks like I have to also scroll down and change the logo on the homepage logo, and bam, that looks way more cleaner. Look, it's just simple white 360 glide. Beautiful logo, beautiful font. And the video looks amazing. The video has a nice wallpaper, like the store is slowly coming together. I'm changing the colors from dark to light. I'm just sort of finding out the best sort of fit for the website based on my eye. So I just finished setting up Shopify payments, and now I'm going to go ahead and create an email for my store. So a lot of people ask me, like, when I set up my store, do I have to create like a store email, like help@360glide.com, support@360glide.com? Do I have to verify my domain to create emails for it? Do I have to set up a G Suite? My simple answer is no. When you first get started, you want to keep it very simple and just do a 360glide@gmail.com. Only when do you scale and build a brand out of it, then do you go ahead and create those domain emails. And then if you don't get your store name, add in support 360glide@gmail.com, help 360glide@gmail.com, stuff like that. But thankfully, the 360glide@gmail.com was available. But get creative with it. So I then set up my Gmail, just go through all the normal processes, put in my recovery email, date of birth, and my gender. The reason why I did that is because during the setup process on Shopify's backend, they asked for my email. So I was like, okay, now I have to go ahead and create my email. So as you can see, I'm slowly just winging it. I'm doing things as I go along, and I'm not sort of prepping everything beforehand. Like when I get to that stage, then do I go ahead and make the email. So I'm currently in my store details, putting in my address, and what I did was I put in my PO box for my local post office, but it's blurred out because I want to hide that. I also put in my phone number, go down to standard fonts. I'm putting the store into US dollars because you want your store in US as the main currency. So that was the general settings done. And this is our new email, 360glide@gmail.com. As you can see, the store is slowly coming together. I'm checking my billing information, I'm adding in my ABN number. And yeah, you should add in your ABN number just to save tax. If you don't have a company number, you don't need one. If for some reason Shopify requires one, set up a company under a sole trader, or do the most simplest one, like a person that does something on the side. Like there should be some very simple business number that you could set up that you could literally apply for online. Go ahead and do that, and then you'll be able to continue with the program. As you can see, what I'm doing is changing all the color schemes, making it look very nice and neat for the store. Changing all the colors, making it white. I really like the white theme. I recommend white text. If you can do it, is the best, or do black text on white background. You sort of really like that black and white contrast, and that's what I recommend you do with all your stores. Now I'm putting in a heading. And there it is, it pops up the 360 glide. So I should go ahead and remove because I think 360 glide is much more cleaner. It is 360glide.com by the end of the day, and that looks way better. So that's why I went ahead and did. As you can see, I'm always pivoting, always changing, and like there's just no set way. Like I watch a lot of courses and they sort of do everything step by step, but like in reality, you sort of have to figure it as you go along. There's no blueprint, and that's why I really like this series. It's just real and raw, and I'm showing you guys everything with transparency. So next thing I do is I'm scrolling up and down, trying to figure out this theme, trying to find out images to upload, and just basically try to work it out. And there's just a ton of troubleshooting. Like building your first store, it'll probably take much longer. I've built many stores, so the troubleshooting wouldn't be as much, but as you can see, I'm still trying to see where I want to upload images, what to make it look like, what text to put in. But that's sort of the first image I have, and I put in one of the title, elegant and sleek. I want to make this website look like a branded website that's highly professional with very sort of high vocabulary terms such as elegant and sleek design. And sort of I wanted to look for a term that represent French architecture, So that's exactly what I'm Googling. So, you know, I don't know everything. So when you sort of go into roadblocks and you want to sort of look for terms, keywords, use Google. And I'll be showing you that exact process right now. I think it was like a term, like I wanted to look for that art term, like you know how there's modern art, structural art, having a mental block like perceived art. There's just a bunch of different terms, and I wanted to find the sort of modern architecture sort of theme. So I ended up putting modern architecture inspired, but I sort of changed my mind. I wanted to put that into the title instead, and leave the subtext blank. And then now I just scroll down, seeing all the different categories, and I see there's a featured product at the bottom. Blog, remove the blog, featured product. Now, you know, I have to then upload my product. I can't select it because I don't have any products on my store. So what I go ahead and do is I go to my apps, I open up Oberlo, then I go ahead and search up that watch I found, that smartwatch, Geekthink. So my editor might have sort of sped things up over the last few minutes. I find the watch is the third one, I click on it, and then I add it to import list using the Chrome app, Oberlo Chrome app. Now it's in my import list, and name it 360 Glide. Description I leave blank. I uncheck all the variants that have with box in them, but looking back I think it would have been cool if I shipped it with a box. It would have looked way more professional, but you know, you live and learn. And now what I'm doing next is I'm renaming the variants. So fast forward now, I finished naming everything. Then now I change the price. I start with $29.98. See, like I'm trying to like figure out the pricing. Like basically I'm looking at $27.99, $28.99, $29.99. I'm looking for the price that makes the most sense and looks sort of the most affordable and clickable. That's sort of what I was doing there, switching between the pricing, looking for something that I'm happy with and it looks sort of high in perceived value but at the same time very cheap. And it's just sort of like intuition, and in the end $29.99 looked like the best price. Now I'm unchecking all the unnecessary photos. Usually I'll check all those other photos, but I plan to use those other photos in the home page, so people scroll down and they'll see all the different photos of the band, of the watch being used, so I don't need it in the product page. So now then finish, import the product to my store, go back to my theme. Now I could then select the product and upload it to my home page for my one product store. Select product. Now I'm going to select the watch, instantly appeared. And there you go. There is the watch. And there's all the different variants. And then after seeing how crowded it was and all the different amount of variants, I had a change of mind and I wanted to make it more simpler. I then went ahead and started just removing variants left and right. I wanted to keep it simple because as of right now, the customer just has too much choice. They're going to get overloaded with the choice of picking which color they like best, and that's going to lead them to abandon checkout and abandon the site and lower your conversion rate. You want to keep the checkout add to cart process as simple as possible. Also, I think I found out that I added the wrong watch, so I had to sort of do this whole process. So what I went ahead and did was actually deleted the old product, because deleting all the variants one by one would have taken forever. I figured that it would be much faster if I just re-upload the product and uncheck all the variants, and like this was way faster because deleting each variant just took so long that this was a much faster approach. So I basically re-upload the product. I slim it down to 3 colors: black, rose gold, and silver. Super simple. You only have 3 options. That's it. And that was a big pivot, going from like 15 colors and options down to 3. So that's another tip. Keep your variants and options as little as possible and make it very easy for your customer just to check out and purchase. So I now then go ahead and reselect the product. And I want to go ahead and, yeah, as you can see, black, rose gold, and silver. That's simple. And I think I want to go ahead and crop out the sort of GeekThink logo on one of my images, and I just end up deleting that image because like cropping it would just take too much effort. And then now I have to delete all the images for the variants I don't use. So that's what I'm going to do now. Alright, we finally deleted all the variants. That took a while, but now we're down to just 3 variants with 3 colors, 3 pictures, and right now I'm looking for images that I could use for my home page. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm looking at all these different images and I'm thinking, where can they fit on my home page for my one product store? So as you can see, I'm using that software I showed you guys before to download these images. The software actually didn't work. It couldn't download an image, it got blocked. It sort of, as you can see in the bottom left hand corner, it downloaded a WEBP file, so it was not a PNG or JPEG. So what I did was I had to upload this product to my store, have the images upload to Shopify, and from there can I go ahead and download these images, and you can sort of watch that loop around right now. So this was the listing I just uploaded. I'm waiting for the images to go through, so I'm refreshing it. I'm trying to save images from AliExpress. It works. But for some reason I just can't download this image. So now I go to my Shopify, show more images, open that long image that gives an instruction on how to use a watch. I'm going to save the image from this end. And guess what? It works. I could now download a JPEG version of it. Upload that image I just downloaded. Now I'm looking for more different images that I could potentially use. So I see this image, which also helps us tell the time. I like it, but it has those weird sort of Russian letters. So I download this image, I open up Photoshop, and then now I basically edit the image to make it look more clean. I start by using the patch tool to just remove all the text, because it's very old school font that I don't like, and I want to use the same font that I've been using for my store. So that's another important thing. You want to really streamline your store. You don't want to be using 2, 3, 4 different fonts. You want to be using sort of one color palette. In this case it's black and white. One sort of font, which is the same font I use for my logo, for all your images, all your text, and you just want to make it streamlined and look professional. A lot of people, their stores have like 5, 6, 7, 8 different colors. Their fonts are all over the place, and you want to make it very clean, and you're watching me do that now. I use the same text, how to read the time, same font, looks much more professional than the previous original version. As you can see, go ahead and erase the word show out of the image. Then I put in, using the same font that I have for my store, hours and minutes. Pretty simple Photoshop process. I highly recommend everyone that is an entrepreneur to learn Photoshop. Like, you don't have to master, but knowing the basics of it will help you so much, because then when you hire other people to edit things, you know the capabilities of Photoshop, and you'll be able to instruct and teach and sort of guide your workers, employees much more easier. So I highly recommend everyone to master Photoshop. It's definitely a skill that everyone needs to have. So what I do next is, since the default theme is just too crowded, I delete every single sort of section. Like, it's just too crowded, too many, so I just delete every single section and start on a clean plate. That's what I should have done at the beginning, but I went ahead and did that now. Now I add in another section that looks like this. I do right alignment. I want to sort of alternating left, right, upload that image I just personally edited. It's on, very clean. Change the text to how to read the time. Like, the site is coming together and it's looking very professional. I made the mistake of using the wrong sort of how to read the time, because that's not the same watch. So you'll see me sort of remove this, but I make mistakes, and I have no subtext as I did with the previous sort of section. Keep it simple, just one header. I also upload my store, my rectangle logo. I also go to theme settings, favicon, and I upload that rectangle logo with the sort of 360 compass on the background. As you can see, your favicon is basically, as you can see, all those Chrome tabs have a logo on the left of it. The Shopify logo, the Mail logo, the Oberlo blue logo, that's what a favicon is. And I uploaded the 360 Glide rectangle logo as a favicon. Now I'm going back to the product where it had all the images. I'm looking for different images I could use for the home page. And I'll probably fast forward this process, but I'm basically just putting together a home page, putting in nice images, putting in nice messages, and just building this sort of store presence. Now I'm going to fast forward. So from here I make a pivot. I see that I don't like the black background, and I just make all the background white and the text black, and it just looks way more cleaner. So that was a small pivot that I just sort of decided live. Like, I did it and I was like, wow, it looks better, so I'm going to keep it that way. I continue adding more images, adding more sort of headings, pop headings that sort of really show off the product. I want people to go to 360glide.com, scroll through, learn how the product works, find out what the product is, see some amazing images of the product, get sold by it. So by the time they go to the bottom and they hit this sort of product page, they're sold and they're ready to purchase. That's sort of what I'm doing. I'm priming them. I'm making this beautiful landing page. So I go to the AliExpress page, I scroll down, and I look at the description because I want to learn what type of material it's made out of, whether it's metal, stainless steel, aluminum. That's exactly what I do because I want to use this very clean looking image. I'm going to put it onto my website, and it needs to have, you know, I'm going to write something like stainless steel. Look at that. Look how clean that is. Look how clean this website is. Using these very nice professionally taken photos, putting them onto my website. And the next thing I use is an image with a text overlay. I sort of do this nice sort of wallpaper with the image in the background. Look how clean that looks. But that first image was a bit blurry, so I'm trying to split test and look at which image I like better. The more clearer one, but it's sort of out of position, or the blurry one. And I think in the end, I stick with the blurry one, but to sort of counter that blurry looking image, I might put like a sort of white overlay. But now I sort of give a nice sort of description that sort of really emotionally gets the customers attached to the product. So I write most innovating design of 2019. And then for this sort of sub description, I sort of get into a mental block where I sort of don't know what to write. So I want to sort of look for motivation. So I went to Rolex.com, one of those very well-known brands that has very high prestige, and I see their sort of motto on their homepage. I basically copy it but reshape it for my product. So 360 Glide watches are crafted from the finest raw materials and assembled with scrupulous attention and detail. Every component is designed and developed and produced in-house to the most exacting standards. And then I put that white underlay, and as you can see, what I do is I like to model after success. Rolex has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars split testing and finding the perfect quote, and I'm going to sort of steal it. You know, this is a test store that I'm just making a case study for you guys. It's sort of like a challenge, but ideally you really want to find something, reword it into your own. I sort of did something I don't advocate, where I just sort of copied and pasted it. So that was my fault, but I wanted to just sort of push this store out there because I really wanted to create this case study for you guys. So I'm sorry that I did that. But now I'm just sort of going up and down, changing images, changing text, sort of just pivoting. The editor will probably be fast forwarding here and there. I'm changing the add to cart buttons now from green to black. Looks way better. You can see sort of how our store main colors are like black, white and blue. You always want to find 2 to 3, actually like 3 to 4 main colors max. Any more than 5, your store is just going to look too crazy and will look like a rainbow. I turn off the password to my website. I check out the website, looks clean. I love it. You can see the favicon works on the top left hand corner. Website looks beautiful. Go back to the creation. Now look at it in mobile. And as you can see, it doesn't look too good in mobile. The images are being stacked. There's like a lot of spacing. It's not too nice on mobile. So as you can see, I'm just optimizing the mobile side of things. The first thing first, I removed the 360 glide from the video. As you can see, we already have 360 glide on the top header. So I was like, okay, I no longer need that 360 glide text hovering above the video at the top of my website. Now I'm trying to reorganize the images because sometimes the texts are stacked together, the images aren't like organized, like it doesn't translate from desktop over to mobile. So I was trying to shift the modern architecture text on top by changing the image alignment, but that didn't seem to work. So what I ended up doing is I plan to actually remove the text whatsoever and just have an image slide, create a separate rich text box where I then can put in the text such as ergonomic design, minimalistic, etc. And then put it directly on top of each image. So you'll see here, modern architecture, testing between small and medium. Small seems to work best, and as you can see, I dragged the top to the top on top of the image, and then this is what it looks like on desktop. So I then remove the ergonomic design text from the image itself. So I go to that first image and I remove the text ergonomic design. I remove all the headings from all the images because I just plan to create a bunch of rich text to sort of put them on top of all the images. So I'm doing everything sort of bit by bit and piecing it all together, as you can see. This is stainless steel. I remove the stainless steel from the image, then I create a separate rich text and put in stainless steel as the heading. So we'll fast forward this now since it's just me repeating this. So I re-upload the images using a slideshow, but there's just a bunch of white space. So I'm just doing a lot of troubleshooting, finding ways to upload images where there isn't this white space above and below the image. A lot of troubleshooting. And then as you can see, slowly coming together, everything's looking to make sense. I open up the sort of sidebar. I see that we can actually select a product and then put it as like a buy now, where like at the very top on this side panel, you could see my product and you could add it to cart. I'm testing the menu in dark and light themes. I go ahead and do what I just said. I select the 360 glide watch. So now you could, pops up on the side saying buy for $29.99. So they don't have to scroll all the way to the bottom. They could hit the category. And as you can see, the website's coming together and it's looking very clean. And now what I'm doing next is I'm going to a website such as Hi Smile, where they're like a very professional, one of those top sort of one product stores and brands. And I'm looking at their website and seeing what I can do. So look, I literally take inspiration. I look at their side tabs. I look at the colors they use, the tabs they use, if they need contact us. One, because I want to know about Facebook policies. Like if I don't have the privacy term and condition return shipping, that's going to get my ads shut down. So I'm going to Hi Smile to learn what type of pages and links they have on their website, so I can go ahead and do the same, because Hi Smile, they're professional, they have everything that's needed and they don't get banned. So if I mirror what they have on their website, I'm going to be completely fine. So now I'm like, okay, I now need to include all these pages onto my website. So now I go to the online store, I go to pages, I then add my first page. So I'll take you guys through the whole page process. As I said, I'm taking you guys step by step. I'm literally showing you guys everything. I'm looking at all the pages that Rolex uses as well. I'm looking at their about sort of watch, their about page, their sort of story page. And then I sort of, do the unethical thing of, copying their sort of about us and sort of reshaping it. What I recommend you guys to do is just sort of take inspiration from it and rewrite it in your own terms. But I sort of just copied and pasted for the sake of this tutorial that I want to pump out and push out for you guys. So I sort of did this, which I don't approve of. You don't want to copy and paste. Don't be a plagiarizer. Reword it. Use it for inspiration. And these sort of brands, they have people that they're paying hundreds of thousands of dollars every year to copyright these amazing paragraphs. So that's why I highly recommend you to sort of read it and model after. And as you can see, I sort of like don't even copy the whole thing. I chop it up quite a lot. I remove a lot of it. So that's our About Us page. Now go back, add a page. Now this is going to be the shipping information page. And then I have this template that you could copy. You could pause the video and copy that template I have. So the next page I have is the refund policy page. For the refund policy, what I did was actually went ahead and went to another dropshipping one product store. I think the store I got it from was flexposture.com. I think that's like one of the YouTube dropshipper stores. I don't remember which one, but I just copied their refund policy and I changed it out and put in my own. And most of these are sort of pretty much generic. You can sort of generate them from Shopify, copy and paste it in, and then just put in your store name. So very generic. Just go to any dropshipping store that's sort of been open for a while. You could go to 360glide.com or go to like HiSmile, go to sort of big Shopify stores and copy their sort of refund policy and sort of edit it to your own. The next page is a privacy policy, repeating the exact same thing, using the same website, flexposture.com. I copied their privacy policy, and then they probably copied it from someone else. And now I'm putting in my email. As you can see, I've just put in the 360glide@gmail.com. I don't use a professional email. I then go ahead and put in my PO box, which my editor is going to blur out. But yeah, just put in any address, should be fine. If you want a virtual address, there's a video on how to find and make your own virtual address, so check that out. So that's 4 pages done. Now we have to make the terms of service. So I'm going to copy that page again, repeat that whole process. My editor's probably going to speed things up because I'm just doing the same thing over and over again. So I just finished editing the terms of service, save. Now that I have those 5 necessary page, I go to navigations and I want to put all those pages into the main menu, or actually I'll put it into the footer menu. I actually want to make them different, so I put them into the footer menu. And the reason why you want to have all these pages on your footer and your sort of menu tab is because Facebook requires you to have so. If you don't have these pages, you're gonna get banned. So I finished that. Now everything's in the footer menu. I also sort of play it safe and put all those pages I made into the home page menu. So for the main menu, I actually keep it very simple with just home and shipping information, because everything else is in the footer. So I actually keep the sidebar catalog menu, side menu, like very simple. I don't have all the different pages. I leave that for the footer. So I then select the footer menu for my footer, and there it is. Now my page is now advertisable for Facebook standard. I increase the size of my logo. I create a contact us page. I think that's one of the pages I forgot. So I'm making the contact us page right now, copying it from the Flex Posture site as well, and they copied it from someone else. Now that I finished the contact us page, I go back to the main menu and the footer menu under navigation, and I put in that contact us page that I just created. Now if you go ahead and go to header menu, I'm going to select the main menu. So now if I open up the side tab, there's a shipping information and contact us. Everything is in the side tab now. And yeah, so the store's looking very clean. Now I sort of go back to HiSmile and I take a look at their landing page. I want to see how they sort of market their main product, which is their teeth whitening kit. And I'm sort of looking at it for inspiration, seeing how I could sort of make my website more clean. A lot of sort of modeling after success. Don't reinvent the wheel, use the wheel and implement it in your own sort of business and company. Now I'm just testing the add to cart feature. It goes to the cart page. I'm just sort of playing around with the checkout, seeing if I could change any colors to optimize the checkout to make it look better. I like the logo on the checkout. I'm changing the logo side, positioning it differently. Might change the color of the continue to shipping button, because that blue isn't really part of my theme. I think I might just do black and white and stick to that black and white sort of theme. Looks way better. The logo in the middle, 360 Glide, looks so clean. Now I go to the checkout setting, and then I sort of look at the settings and make sure everything's alright. So in this case, I left everything pretty much to default. I make address 2 hidden, and the reason I want it to be hidden because I want them to have the least amount of boxes and things they can fill out as possible, so they don't get intimidated and abandon checkout. So I add the High Smile Teeth product to checkout, and I follow their checkout process and see how it compares to mine. And I see that's very simple. And their blue color, they've probably spent thousands and thousands of dollars to optimize to get that exact blue color, and they've optimized that's the best color for checkout. So I technically should have copied their blue, but I sort of like the black and white theme, so I stuck to that. Email marketing, I select the sign up option. I go ahead and check my payments, make sure that is all set up correctly, just double checking. Remember, double checking is important. I enable test mode because I want to go ahead and do a test order. That's also very important. Once you finish your store, you're going to do a test order to make sure everything goes through smoothly. I go to Shopify and I Google how to go ahead and test Shopify order, and they give me the instructions. Now I'm putting in that credit card number that I copied from Shopify's help page. And yeah, this should I should be able to pay with this fake credit card that I just entered. The shipping settings, if you want to learn how I did my shipping settings, I have a video on my shipping setting model, which is here. That shows everything from A to Z, how to set up shipping. Eventually I changed it to $5.95 for domestic shipping and $6.95 for international shipping, but right now I had it at $4.95. And then I successfully did that first order, and now I'm going to go ahead and actually edit the shipping zone right now. I think that was the default shipping price. Go to the shipping settings, and in this video I'll take you guys through the whole shipping setting setup step by step over my shoulder. So I go to add shipping zone. Actually, I start by editing the United States shipping first, and then I remove the free shipping, edit the name, change it to flat rate shipping, and then for local I'll do it at $5.95 as I mentioned previously, and then I'll add in Canada. I want to do this. You're going to do $5.95 for both Canada and United States. Wait for it to save, go back, and now I will go ahead and edit the worldwide shipping. So I edit, change it to flat rate international, remove the free shipping, name it flat rate international, no maximum order price, and I charge it at $6.95. So this is a good way to get an extra 10 to 20% in margin. And then I make sure that United States and Canada can't be selected. It's rest of the world. And then save. And that's the shipping settings set up step by step. Pretty easy, right? And since you're following this step by step, previously what you saw was the default settings. So when you set up a Shopify store, you're going to have the exact default settings as I have, and all you have to do is just copy what I did step by step in today's video. So order 001 was successful. The website is very clean. The video works. It's a pop-up. So what I'm doing now is, after sort of going through the website, checking it, making sure everything's good, I go to YouTube and I search some motivational music. What I'm looking for is music for the video ad for the watch that I'm gonna make. So I'm looking for some songs that might match the theme. So I click on it, not the type of music I want. Then I try this one, listening to it, not the type of music I want. And I want to go ahead and check out the YouTube royalty free folder. Check out the songs they have. Put mood to calm, inspirational. Tried out a bunch of songs to find out which one suits best for me. As you can see, I love testing. I'm not like Superman, like you think all these gurus instantly know the song they want to pick, instantly know how their store should set up look like, instantly have this blueprint in their mind. No, everyone is human and you just figure it out just step by step, each at a time. And we've sort of done it so much where we don't get overwhelmed with this sort of immense amount of things we have to do left and right, and that just comes with practice. So now I'm going to open up Final Cut Pro to go ahead and edit our creative. as you can see, I put in the music. As you can see, what I did was I started by adding in a fade in at the very beginning, and every single time there was sort of like a beat. See, if you look at the music sort of score and time, like I put the cursor, cut it exactly where it sort of has the next sort of sound and drop, and I'm dropping in images at each sort of beat. So check it out, beat, image drop, beat, image change. Transform this, stretch it out. This is the whole editing process. Like no one shows you this thing. Like this is everything A to Z, guys. So there's a beat, image change. I'm looking for that next beat. I found that next beat here. Now I'm gonna go to the sort of peak of the beat. I move sort of 2 cursors afterwards, and then that's sort of where it changes back. So beat, image change. So I want to make sure there's no black bars on the side. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm stretching it to make sure like there isn't any black bars and it actually stretches out of the video. But beat, image change, and then beat, image change back to video. See how it's sort of synced up to the song. Do the exact same thing, found the beat, went 2 sort of microseconds forward, find another image to drag in, and yeah. And this whole process, you could hear the audio and everything, but for now, since this is pretty standard, and I just sort of redo exactly what I just said again and again, I'm just going to go ahead and fast forward from now. And then as you can see, the next thing I do is I try to add in a zoom effect, because when it changes image it's a bit too boring. I wanted to add in this cool zoom in effect as the beat drops. See how awesome that looks? Final Cut Pro is currently just lagging, so you can't sort of see in action, but I'm going to add in the zoom now. I'm going to try watch it and see if it doesn't lag. See, look how amazing and professional that looks. Like I'm doing this for free. Like this is an ad that people might charge hundreds of dollars for. And you guys get to learn the blueprint right here, right now. And let me give you guys a heads up. Like this video that we're making got like millions of views. And then bam, transition again. But lag there. But we go ahead and basically apply this transition for each one of the jumps. And then one of the next things I do is, I was seeing that it was very boring when the image was there for just 2 seconds, 2 to 3 seconds. I definitely could have thought that during the transitions to a still image that customers can get very bored and sort of just exit out of the video and not continue watching. So to make it more engaging, just because I knew that a lot of people in today's time have a very small attention span, I created this Ken Burns effect where it sort of zooms and moves the image. So even though the still image are still image, using a Ken Burn effect, it makes it look like it's moving. Check this out. Man, like you guys are learning so much. You're learning everything in this series today. So check this out. Transition, and it zooms in. How clean is that? And I basically apply the exact same thing to all the other still image. So I'm coming up with these ideas on the spot as I go. As you can see, nothing's pre-planned. I don't have a blueprint. So onto the next part now, and as you can see, I apply the Ken Burns effects to the whole video. I put in a watermark that says 360 glide, slap it right on top of the video so no one can copy me, and this is the final edit. Check out how clean this looks. So beautiful. Look at that. Super professional. Like, look at that. And like right now it looks a bit blurry. It will look way better on mobile where it's sort of zoomed more in. But this is the ad that's going to get millions of views, and we're going to be using, look at that, I sort of use a Ken Burns effect to go upwards. Amazing. I'm surprised, I'm shocked. How can this not sell? So now we're going to go ahead and create the 360 glide page on Facebook. Brand, 360 glide. I don't know if it's sort of a myth, but I've heard that the category brand does much better when it comes to sort of promoting your products. Upload a profile picture. We're going to upload that logo we made on episode 1, that beautiful logo that we made. We're going to upload a cover photo, which is just 360 glide. Unfortunately, the image was too small, so I went ahead and opened up Photoshop, canvas size, made sure the image pixels are larger than 6,400. And I just sort of zoomed out this logo, cropped it, so now it's sort of bigger and Facebook should be able to accept it. Go back to the Facebook page. So now I could go ahead and add a cover, choose from photos, upload photo, upload that logo I just made, position it to there. Even though everything's cut off, it does work for now. Then on the left hand side, underneath your name, it says create a paid username. So I just renamed it to 360 Glide, and luckily it was available. So now we have facebook.com/360 Glide. How amazing is that? Everything is just coming together. Then we go ahead and upload the ad that we just made. Everything that you've watched over the past 5 episodes has been done over a period of like 2 to 3 hours. With all this fast forwarding, all these episodes we've been making it, if you take a step back, that literally took me 3 to 4 hours, which is insane. Like, I'm shocked at the amount of work I've been able to do. So we're opening up our ad manager. As you can see, I have already uploaded the video that we made in the previous video here. It's uploading 5.9%. While it's uploading, I'm waiting for it to upload, I'm getting my ads manager ready. The first thing I'm doing is I'm going to business settings because I want to link 360 Glide's Facebook page to my ad account. And I'm doing this while I'm waiting for it to sort of upload. So I'm trying to kill 2 birds with 1 stone here. Not 2 birds with 1 stone, but trying to multitask. That's the right term. So I go to business settings, I go to pages, now I go to add a page. I put in 360 Glide's URL into it. Find the page. I'm able to select it, add page. Yep, now the page is added. Got approved straight away. I'm gonna add myself to it. Now I'm gonna go ahead and select my account, and then now I'm gonna turn on everything. Give myself full access to the page. Assign myself full access. Now I'm added to the page. Go to add accounts. Now I'm gonna go ahead and add in the Instagram. I'm gonna go ahead and sign up and create 360 Glide's Instagram account. So I'm opening up Instagram on an incognito window so I could go ahead and create an account. I'm gonna use the 360glide@gmail.com. Awesome. 360 Glide is not taken. So we basically got lucky and 360 Glide's available everywhere. So that's gonna make the brand look very, very professional. The account is now made. Now I could go back to Facebook and then add this account to my Facebook ad account. So I'm logging in on Facebook right now with the account I just made, successfully logged in. Now I need to add in a sort of display photo for my Instagram. So let's see if I can do that on computer. So I'm gonna log in. Now I go to the 360 Glide. Now I'm gonna go ahead and upload the logo we have. And while it's uploading, I'm gonna go ahead and then add in our website, 360glide.com. And as you can see, our logo fits in perfectly. Like, it's so perfect. Like, literally, the compass is within the circle. Video is still uploading. While it's uploading, I'm gonna go ahead and create the ad copy now. A lot of people, they have very long and complicated ad copy. If you want to watch my sort of video on how to make ad copies that stand out, I have a video about that topic in my channel. But basically, you don't want to do what most people do, where they have like sort of 6 lines, 2 lines about the product, 2 lines linking the link to the product twice saying get it here, and 2 lines saying free shipping. Like, that's old school. I'm going to keep it simple, have just like 1 line, most of a watch of 2019, and a direct link to the product. That's it. 2 lines. And you might also want to add in sale. And like, I'm not even gonna say get it here. I'm just gonna straight up be like 50% off. I'm testing out what number looks better. 51% looks better because pattern break. Everyone uses 50% off. So I'm gonna use 51% off. Put in 360glide.com and look how simple and clean that ad copy looks. And I'm gonna go ahead and add in a thumbnail. So I want this image as a thumbnail. So while I'm waiting for the video to upload, because my internet is a bit slow at the moment, I'm gonna go ahead and create my campaign. Before we do the campaign, I need to make my pixel. I need to install the pixel on my store. Completely forgot about that. But as you can see, I'm just wigging things. I don't have a checklist. I should make a checklist. I think that's something I might do. I might create a checklist. Filling in the gaps as I go also works. So now I'm going to go ahead and create the pixel for our store. So go back to Shopify. The quickest way to get to pixel is just search pixel and it will drop the online store preferences. So I'm now going to create a new pixel. I'm going to name it 360glide. Put in 360glide.com. Continue. Looks like I have too many pixels, so what I do is I actually rename one of the old pixels that I don't use, and I use it for 360glide. But most people should have space to create more pixels. So go ahead and use this .com secret affiliate pixel. This was a sort of pixel I used for one of my Facebook affiliate marketing videos, but I stopped using it. So I'm going to copy that pixel, paste it into the preferences, and I also find out that the preferences is completely blank, so I'm going to fill in that page of the setting, paste it into Shopify. I'm going to blur out like half of the pixels so you guys can't copy it, but I'll show you the other half just to show, like, so you guys can visualize what I'm doing. But the video is 96.7% uploaded. At the same time, I'm testing out my pixel. I'm putting in 360glide.com. I'm publishing my video. Now I'm back, I'm opening, I'm seeing if it's tracking. For some reason the pixel isn't working. I turn off ad blocker because ad blocker actually blocks Facebook tracking pixel. So make sure to turn off ad block when testing your pixel. I add to cart, I'm in checkout, I go back to Facebook pixel, I see that it shows page view and I see it shows add to cart. So now I know it's working. I cross out the Facebook pixel testing tab because now I know the pixel is successfully installed. Now I go back to the Facebook ad manager to create the campaign. That was a lot. I can't believe I was working at that fast of a pace. I think it was like 10:46 and it was getting late and I wanted to go to bed and I just wanted to pump out this campaign. So I created the campaign 023 360glide, campaign objective conversion, ad set name 001 worldwide watch, ad name 001. Video is processing now, successfully uploaded. Yeah, and the ad has successfully uploaded. And look how simple and clean that ad copy is. Very nice ad. Now I'm gonna go ahead and upload the video again, but this time I change up the ad copy a bit and I use a different thumbnail. So I'm split testing different thumbnails. I'm using page posts, and if you want to know why I use page posts over dark posts, there's a video somewhere here, I'm going to link it here, and it basically goes over why I think page posts is better. It might look weird having duplicate videos. Not many people even realize, because like people rarely go to your page, and literally 1% of your page likes actually gets to see your content. So like reposting a video many times doesn't really matter. But I'm trying to think of a new sort of caption, so I'm trying to find a split test between the best caption and the best thumbnail. Right, who needs this unique ergonomically handmade watch? Look how cool that is. That's very high, smart sounding sort of title. And if you need smart sounding words, just use thesaurus.com. And I used 52% in this one. Put the link to the product. Use a different thumbnail. Put in a title. And then next. And then publish. Now I go back to the ads. Conversions, the campaign looks good. Now I go to ad sets. The first campaign, default settings. I'm going to change the budget to $5 Australian. Actually, $10 Australian. Wow. And then I'm going to select worldwide. If you're on a budget, start with 5, but you know, since I'm a bit balling, I'm going to start with 10. Jokes. Like the real ballers, they start with $20 ad sets and they have like 20 ad sets. That's $400 a day. Like that's next level. But I'm just going to keep it simple and start with $10 budgets. Plus it's Australian dollars. targeting, I'm going to put in very broad, watch. That's how broad I like to go. 260 million people, that's how broad I like to go, if you guys are wondering. Uncheck everything except for Facebook newsfeed and Instagram newsfeed. Do mobile only. This is sort of my testing formula. I'm giving away my testing formula right now. Select the Instagram page, 360 glide. Use existing post. Change the optimization for purchase. Even though it's red, since we got in 0 purchase on this brand new store with this brand new pixel, still select purchase conversion even if it's red. Use existing posts. I'm going to add a call to action button. Use a shop now button. Put in the website. The preview looks a bit swashed, but I change it into Instagram to see how it looks, and it looks much better on Instagram. But on Facebook mobile it looks a bit swashed, but should be fine. Make sure everything's good. Check everything one more time. Oh, yep. Luckily I checked everything because now I saw that I had those checked. You always want to double check. Double checking is important because if I have a mistake here, when I duplicate things many times, the mistakes gets multiplied, and that's why I double check things so oftenly. Duplicate it, use existing posts. Since I've been split testing different thumbnails and ad copies, now I go ahead and include those 2 other ones to find out which ad copy and thumbnail performs the best. So I have the campaign, the interest, single interest, and 3 ads underneath each ad set. As you can see, we're picking up from yesterday's episode where we uploaded the 3 different variations. See how it looks pretty ugly on mobile? It's swished, but on Instagram it looks beautiful. So that's why I'm using these thumbnails despite it being swished, because it looks beautiful on Instagram. I'm adding in the shop now buttons for these 3 different creatives. Now I finished those 3 creatives, they're completely done. Now I'm going to duplicate the ad set, which has a single interest watch, 4 more times. And what I like to do is I like to have single interest. So now I go to suggestions, I look for other interests that are related to watch but different. So one of the interests I'm going to use is smartwatch. Repeat it again, find something that's similar to smartwatch. I have to remove watch because you want single interest only. Suggestions to smartwatch, wearable technology, activity tracker. And you want something broad, you know, if you have 5 ad sets with 5 different interests, you want to sort of mix it up and make it a bit broad so you can sort of test different angles and give the product a fair test. And as you can see, I'm renaming each one of the ad sets because I want it very clear. You know, this is WW Worldwide Watch. I want to be able to know straight off, right off the bat, which interest is on which ad set. And I don't want to be opening up each ad set to find out the interest I targeted. I want to be able to read it straight away on the name. And see, I'm going pretty broad. I'm doing men's clothing. And the last one I'm going to pick is shopping and fashion. Very, very broad. That's like 1.6 billion. So we'll see how it goes. And I'm going to go ahead and publish. And that's the testing process. I do 5 ad sets with 5 single interests at $10 each. Under each ad set, I have 3 ads that split test things from the ad copy to the thumbnail, and that's my testing campaign. And literally it's 10:55 p.m. now. I've been at this store. I literally spent the past 3 hours to set up the store, buy the domain, build the store out, build the email out. Right now I'm minimizing it to see how the website looks on mobile. You always want to do that. You always want to look at your store on mobile first, because mobile is more important than desktop. Most of your traffic and sales will be coming from mobile, so you need to prioritize mobile's sort of optimization and sort of design. But back to that topic, like I literally did all this, launched ads within a period of 3 hours. It took 8 episodes to show you guys it because I just did so much over the period of 3 hours. But that's like a real over the shoulder look of how I work. It's just all speed. And now I'm able to go ahead and sleep, and tomorrow we'll go ahead and look at the results for the ads. And I'm not going to get you guys to wait. I'm going to show you guys the results right now. So it is the next day now, 8 a.m. It's the 3rd of September. As you can see, this is very current content. A lot of people are still showing results from like 1 whole year ago, 2 whole year ago. But in this video, I'm actually adding reviews to my store. So what I did was I went to AliExpress, scroll down to the reviews, and at the bottom of every single AliExpress listing there's like a bunch of reviews, and people actually upload photos of the product. So I got those images, download them, now I'm uploading it to my store. And that's how you get free reviews that look very authentic, and it makes the store look real. It looks like we have existing customer base. So that's exactly what I'm doing right now. So I just uploaded the 4th photo. I'll go back to AliExpress and I'll show you guys what I mean. So this is the customer review tab at the very bottom, and there's a bunch of images of the product, and that's perfect for reviews. I might add a 5th one, but I don't know if the images are getting too small, so I stick to 4, because if you add the 5th one, the images gets too tiny and people can't see it. As a result, I add another row of another 4 images, so I can have like a total of 8 images to make it look very diverse. So now I'm going to show you guys how I go ahead and now I'm uploading remaining photos that I haven't used in the column above. And then what I do is I end up just doing, since I don't like how small the images get when there's 4 images crammed, I break it down to just 3 images, 3 on top and 3 on the bottom. Right now there's 2 on the top, but what I do next is I add in another sort of image with text overlay that says, hey, check out all the reviews from our highly satisfied customers. Don't put any subtext, and I put that above the images so people don't be like, what the hell, what are all these images for? But I don't like how these two sort of images are stuck together. The most innovating design, I don't like how they're stuck together. So now I'm just trying to brainstorm ways to break it apart. And the solution I come up with is I drag the story and I put it at the very bottom of the store. And for some reason the logo is tiny, so I don't know what's up with that. Increase it to 800. Now I test 1500. I think it just maxed out, so we'll leave it as is. Now we go ahead and save the store. As you can see, I'm optimizing the store, making it better and better bit by bit every single day. Start with something simple that would get me sales, run the Facebook ads and optimize it over time. I'm trying to figure out how to remove that white space above ergonomic design. I'm just troubleshooting at the moment because I'm not happy with that white space. So now I test something. I have an idea. What if I put like put like a 5-star below the check out all our highly satisfied customers? But I paste it in, but it looks a bit gimmicky. And to get logos, I use emoji.com. I try to center it. Doesn't look too bad, but it doesn't fit the store theme. But as you can see, I'm always testing. That's an important thing. Testing, testing, testing. Next, I come up with the ideas. What if I do like 5-star headline? Would that be better? Just because the other 5-star was just much smaller. But then I was like, looks even more gimmicky. So I'm actually going to go ahead and just remove these 5 stars. That's exactly what I did. Remove the stars. Always testing. If it doesn't look good, just remove it. So now go ahead and I test the checkout process. I add to cart. Basically just try out the checkout process to make sure it's working, so that now since ads are running live, I want to make sure that people can actually purchase. So what I also wanted to do was optimize the buy sort of button. I want it to be as simple as possible. Right now there's like 2 buttons. But you go to your payment settings, and I turned off the enable product sharing. So I just removed the social links because it just makes it less crowded. It was either just have the add to cart button on its own or have both buttons. What I should have done was I should have had it only the add to cart button, installed one-click upsell, where that add to cart button goes straight to checkout. So that add to cart button basically becomes a buy it now button. But I didn't remember that at the time, so I kept it at having 2 buttons because I wanted the option for people to buy it now and skip the cart page. And that's sort of what I was doing earlier. I was sort of checking what would happen when someone clicked add to cart, versus what would happen if someone clicked buy it now. Still the same day, the September the 3rd on a Tuesday, but now it's a few hours has gone by, and I'm creating custom audiences for people who page view, people who add to cart, doing people who purchased in the past 180 days, and basically just setting up all the custom audience so I don't have to recreate them later on. And then now if you go back to the ad manager, I actually got one sale from activity tracker. What I went ahead and did because of that sale, I went ahead and launched another 5 ad sets. I did another 5 ad sets with 5 single interests just off that one sale. I was like, oh damn, I got one sale, maybe I have something here. I'm going to scale by adding in more different interests. And then with those ad sets, I wanted to launch retargeting straight away. I wanted to retarget people who page view but did not add to cart. And another thing, while I was waiting for those things to load, I went to my page setting. What you want to do is you want to go to your setting, go to templates and tabs, and you want to turn off review page. And the reason why you want to turn off review page is because a lot of people might just leave annoying reviews such as, where's my item? These guys are from AliExpress. Turn on the profanity filter, put that to strong, so that automatically removes bad comments. It just shows that our product is working, showing that we have, already so much social engagement after one night. Remember, I launched the ad 10 p.m. on the 2nd of September, so it's literally only been like less than 12 hours. And now I'm replying to comments, telling people to check out our website. Remember, it's always important to engage with your comments. That's how you get extra free sales. Probably 1 in every 10 comment you reply to would actually turn into a purchase. So I set up the retargeting ad, put it to purchase optimization, budget. I just put out $1 since I don't have that much traffic to really retarget. Remove all locations, custom audience. I select people who page viewed in the past 14 days. And I exclude people who purchased. I exclude people who add to cart. So this will be the page view no add to cart retargeting. And then for placements, I do automatic placements. I don't do edit. I want people to retarget and I want them to see my watch everywhere. So I don't restrict it to just Facebook and Instagram newsfeed. Then what I do next is I go to the ad, and then I go ahead and right now I'm looking at which out of the 3 is performing the best. So the way I do that, I think the first one has the most likes, it has comments and shares, so that's obviously the most performing one. So I select that as a retargeting ad. Now I go ahead and I go back, the 000 retargeting campaign, I duplicate it so I could do add to cart, no purchase. So I rename it to add to cart, no purchase. I scroll down, I put in the add to cart into the custom audience, and then I put in exclude purchase. And then those are the only 2 retargeting campaigns you need to start with. And as you can see, I have a bunch of other interests such as Kevin Hart, fashion accessory, luxury goods, LeBron James, my fitness pal smartwatch, and they're all spending. I'm getting pretty cheap cost per clicks. But yeah, right now we're unprofitable because we've got one purchase at $39. And our profit margin is I think around more than $30. We have pretty high margins. This is Australian, so the cost per purchase is actually like at, let's see, you just look at the ROAS. I got a 1.13 ROAS. Like that takes into account the currency conversions. But right now I'm not profitable, but I'm just testing more interest because the fact that I got that one sale and I have all that engagement, I know that this is a product that can work. Things are getting very juicy. You're starting to see the ads, you're starting to see sales come in, which is insane. Like sales are coming in. Now, a lot of gurus on YouTube, when they do these sort of case studies and challenges, they fail to get that first sale. And some actually are able to get that first sale for the sake of the live case study. But you know what? I'm going to scale this to $30,000 and I'll be the first live case study that shows you everything. What I'll be actually showing you is how to go ahead and create upsells. The product is starting to get results, starting to get more sales. And what I want to do, I want to further increase the AOV of each order. And that's what I'm going into creating upsells. So I'll be taking you guys through the whole process of my secret upsell formula. So the first thing first is you need to create variations. So you need to create more products, because you can only upsell with a different product, so you can't just upsell the same product that you have. So I'm making 360 Glide V2, V3, but I'm increasing the price, and what I'm doing is I'm basically increasing it so I could take more off, so I can make the upsell look more of a good deal. It's going to be a cheaper product, but the discount is going to be larger. In the end, I actually change and I don't go with this model, but this is one of the strategies I used to do. So right now it's 50% off. So you had to go from $60 down to $30 to be 50% off. So if I want to sell it for $25 as an upsell, I have to increase even further, because if I just do a discount on the current existing product, it'll be like 5 to 10% off, which doesn't sound like a good deal. I want to be able to do a 60% off product that takes it from 60 down to 25. Now, if you want to even take it a step further, you could increase the original price to like $70 or $80. So you could say that it's 75% off and it got dropped down to $25. So that's how you make the sale higher in perceived sort of value. So what I'm doing is I'm basically editing the one-click upsell. I highly recommend Zipify one-click upsell because it's a post-purchase upsell program where basically someone has already purchased the item, and now this upsell will pop up, and they don't have to, all they have to click is add to order, and it rebuilds them again. So they don't have to add in the payment method again, and that's the crazy part. Like, this app allows people to literally add another order with super ease with a click of a button. Like, this is like Amazon one-click purchase basically. As you can see, I'm optimizing the Zipify one-click upsell landing page. I'm changing the colors. I definitely want to stick it to the white and black theme. So I'm changing the default sort of green and blue setting they have. So I'm just checking the hover cover. I'm changing the button to black. At the same time, I'm setting up one-click upsell. I think I have to connect it to my MailChimp, and I need to find my API key from my MailChimp to link it to Zipify one-click upsell. Then I go to MailChimp, and now I'm going to go ahead and create an email marketing account under 360 Glide. As you can see, this is sort of when I need it, so that's when I go ahead and create it. I'm not preparing with all these email marketing softwares beforehand. I then log into the Gmail for 360glide@gmail.com, and then I activate my MailChimp. But while I logged in, I was able to see some orders that needed customers that needed help. So now I'm going to go ahead and answer these questions live with you guys. So for example, we got an email from Mohammed Arif. He said, please change my address. I no longer live at this address. Please change it to this new address. So now I'm going to Shopify. As you can see, we already have 12 freaking orders. Like, it's literally the 5th of September. So it's now 2 days since the last episode, and we already have 12 freaking orders, which is insane. I wish I documented every single sale, but you know, there's just too much. I can't be recording all the time. So what I did was I just went into his order and I just changed his address. It's as simple as that. When someone needs to change the address, you just go to the order, edit the address, so when you fulfill it with Oberlo, it automatically puts in the new address. And now I'm going to go ahead and reply to him. Thank you so much for the email. We went ahead and updated the 360 Glide team. And that's how you go ahead and answer your first customer service issue. I walked you through that whole process. Very simple. Now I'm going to go ahead and activate MailChimp. And one-click upsell just needs an email marketing service that you can link it to, because it sends emails. I'm going to stick with the free plan. No need to pay any money now. First name, last name, talk about your business, 360 Glide, website, put in your domain, address. This is where I go ahead and put in my PO box. So I'll put in my PO box, continue, yes, 500 or less, continue, not right now, let's go. And now we went ahead and created our first email marketing product. And did you see the sales? $1,000+ already, which is insane. Every single day we've been consistently getting sales, and it's just been growing. Like, we launched on the 3rd of September. Literally, like, we were doing the ads on the 2nd of September that night, and then on the 3rd we launched on the very morning, and every single day we've been getting sales. And in total, we've already got 331 sales, which is insane. So right now I'm gonna see how to install one-click upsell MailChimp. I clicked open up the link and I'm just following all these instructions that they're guiding me. So I have to go to my API keys under settings, create a key. Now there's the new key, and now I'm going to go ahead and copy the key, go back to one-click upsell, paste it in. That did not work, so I changed it from MailChimp e-commerce to CRM audiences, and then I click connect, and then yeah, the API key worked. So I think I did it correctly, but I just clicked the wrong sort of option. But now I'm in. Now I'm going to go ahead and connect my Stripe payment account. I'm going to use connect an existing processor since I already have a Stripe account. And then there's PayPal Express Checkout, which it's very complicated. And I think I take you guys through that whole process as well. But then, I just pick Stripe Connect because I already have a Stripe account. No need to create a brand new one. And yeah, after that, I go ahead and just sort of finish the setup of one-click upsell. Pretty easy, you just follow all the instructions. I think I didn't record it just because it had a lot of private business information, so I couldn't show you guys that. But yeah, it was pretty simple and straightforward. So let me sort of talk more about the upsell strategy. What I do is to increase the AOV, I sell the initial product for say $30. Then I'm going to upsell them again the product at $25. And then if they buy the one at $25, then I upsell them again at $20. And at each one, even though the profit margin gets smaller and smaller, it's a free purchase. I'm still getting profit and it's not increasing the ad spend. We already paid $20 to acquire that initial sale. These extra post-purchase upsells are bonuses. So no matter how slim the profit margin gets, even if the profit margin is as low as $5 and I sell it for $15 as an upsell, that's an extra $5 in profit that I got for free. Just like email marketing, where you constantly blast your email list again and again and again. It's free orders. You already paid to obtain them in the first place. Post-purchase is just free extra profit. And then if they don't take the first upsell at say $25, I downsell them the watch at $15, which is an incredible steal. So most people leave buying 2 watches. Who the hell needs 2 watches? But my post-purchase upsell is that powerful that they sort of buy the same product twice. Now, a lot of people also try to upsell sort of related and similar products. I found that if someone comes in buying one product, their affinity, like they've already purchased that product. They've already shown that they like this product and are interested. They went ahead and purchased that product. So like if you show them another, they've already committed to that one product. They're going to be willing to purchase another one. Just like if you close someone. If you close a client, you'd be like, hey, thank you for joining our agency. Would you have someone to refer us to? Now, a lot of people are scared to ask for referral right off the bat straight away because they want to sort of get their client results. That's exactly what you want to do. They just said yes to your services. They're going to be willing to refer you to someone. If they say no, that means they don't believe in your services, and that will just sort of contradict the fact that they joined you. But yeah, that's sort of the whole theory behind post-purchase upsells, my whole formula. You want to make your page very sleek. You want to match it to your current home page's theme, use the same colors on the upsell page, use the same font, and just sort of make it streamlined and don't make it look like it's out of place when it pops up after someone checks out. That's the whole upsell process. I went ahead and showed you how to create new variants of your current product so you could upsell it. I showed you guys the upsell model. I showed you guys how to set up Zipify one-click upsell, optimize the landing page, as well as we go through the setup process. We created our email marketing service, which was under MailChimp. I actually showed you guys the amount of sales. We got already 12 sales. We go over email marketing. We go over customer service, and I showed you guys how I answered my first customer service email/issue. And yeah, that was packed. Like, these episodes are getting so packed, and like I'm just giving everything away. What I'm doing now in this video is I'm launching more retargeting ads. In the last video, you saw me sort of launch those retargeting ads using the best performing video. But in this video, I go ahead and use photo retargeting ads. Like, look how beautiful this image is. Like, it's just a simple image that's retargeting, and it's like, look at it. Like, it's so beautiful. Look at this. And the reason why I want to do an image ad, because the video, there's some different placements where the video can't be used as retargeting. So I want to use images to take its place when the video cannot be used. So that's the point of this image retargeting. I'm going to add these ads into the 001 page view no add to cart. I also created more retargeting ads. I did 3-second view, no 95% view or view content. I did 95% view, no view content. I did add to cart, no purchase. So as you can see, I sort of went a bit crazy and I launched more retargeting ads. I'm showing the product again to people who've seen the video but haven't clicked through. And that's very important. But yeah, I'm showing guys literally everything. So I duplicated these image retargeting ads into all the retargeting ad sets. While I'm waiting, let's go back to the campaign. As you can see, we have 13 purchases. We spent $333 and we're getting very cheap cost per clicks. One of the retargeting campaigns, add to cart no purchase, has a purchase at $1.30, which is insane. We're getting ad sets that have 2 purchases. We still have the original 10 interest ad sets plus 4 retargeting ad sets. And I haven't killed anything. A lot of people would have killed a lot of ad sets by now, but sort of I believe on letting ad sets run to optimize. Like it takes at least 4 days for ad to properly optimize. So that's why I'm leaving these for so long. A lot of people would have killed these ad sets very early on. So I'm letting each one run to at least $40, even though that's way past my break even point. But this is sort of what I recommend. If you don't have the budget, kill your ads when you have expensive add to cart, expensive cost per clicks. But if you have the budget, let your ad sets run for at least 4 days. But as you can see, we're profitable. Our ROAS is 1.33. I have a high profit margin on these products. So I'm still sort of break even. But making a small amount of profit, which is good because everything here is in Australian dollars, remember. I went ahead and actually invited my VA, my virtual assistant, and she goes ahead and manages my customer service and order fulfillment. As you can see, apps, I only have 2 freaking apps. Like I'm making sales with 2 apps. That's all you need. You only need 2 freaking apps. Now I'm gonna open up one-click upsell. Now we're on the home page. Let me show you guys our sales so far. I'm refreshing. You see the ad sets that are getting sales. Some are pretty profitable, some only have 1, some have 0, but the ROAS are quite high on some of the ad sets. And as you can see, today we already got 2 sales. This week, literally we started at the beginning of this week and we're at like $439 in 4 days, which is insane. Yesterday we peaked at like 170, so it's been a good day. And look how cheap the cost per landing page views are. They're like 14 cents. It is because these are worldwide ad sets. By the way, look how well worldwide ad sets are going. People think you have to do e-packet countries if they exclude third world countries. I excluded nothing and I just did straight worldwide, and look how well it performed. I'm going to also break it down by country to show you guys the countries that we're getting sales for. Check this out. We're getting sales from India, United States, Turkey, Spain, Puerto Rico, South Africa, like Egypt, like French Guiana, like a bunch of random countries, which is why I do worldwide. It seems like Instagram is performing the best so far, so I'm going to be launching new ad sets straight to Instagram based on this data. I'm just sort of breaking down the data that I basically paid for. Placement. Only been using newsfeed so far. Now I'm going to go into ads, and now with enough sort of data, I want to see which is the best performing ads. And as you can see, it's pretty evident, like the ad with the black and white image of the watch, that's the best performing ad. So now I'm going to transition all my ad sets that have 3 different ad testing to that one ad that I know is performing the best. And that's why you want to split many different thumbnails, many different ad copies. And if you guys have the time, many different videos as well. As you can see, I went ahead and created 3-second view, 10-second view, 50% view, 75, 95% view. And we have a decent amount of audience size. Like I already have 1,000 plus worth of 95% views, and that's enough to do lookalike audiences. The page views in the past 14 days are still below 1,000 and pretty small. So I'm going to go ahead and create 95% lookalike audiences. So this is scaling, like we're getting into the juicy part for you guys. So I'm gonna go ahead and select 95% view, 360 glide. Countries, I'm gonna select all countries. I'm gonna create worldwide lookalike audiences. This is a strategy that I sort of came up with. I don't see anyone else using, but literally worldwide lookalike audiences, they do insanely well, and I don't see anyone do this. So I highly recommend you to give this a try. Create audience. Now I want to do 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, all the way up to 10%. So the first one I did 6, 1 to 0 to 1, 1 to 2, all the way up to 5 to 6. Now I'm doing 6 to 7, 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 9 to 10. And that gives us 10 lookalike audiences for worldwide based off the 1,495% views we have. So now I'm getting into like hard scaling. Like I'm going to go ahead and create 10 ad sets for all 10 lookalike audiences. I'm duplicating the best one, best ad set with 3 purchases. It doesn't really matter, but you know, I like to feel that if I duplicate the best ad set, that sort of bestness will translate over. But I'm going to name it 002 worldwide lookalike audience, 95% view lookalike audience. Put that in so I know, and I'll just do IG. It's based on the data that I showed you guys previously, how IG mobile newsfeed outperformed Facebook. I'm going to do all my testing on IG mobile. Optimize for purchase. I'm going to go harder than usual, and I'm going to do each ad set at $20. Usually people play it cool and do $5 ad sets for lookalike audiences, but since this is worldwide lookalike audiences and the audience size is like 23 million plus, I might sort of play it risky and do $20 ad sets. And then as you can see, I'm going to do IG feed only. As I mentioned, I'm contemplating right now, but I unchecked Facebook newsfeed just because the stats show that Facebook isn't performing as well as Instagram newsfeed. Also, I'm going to go into my 3 ads. I already know which one performs the best, so I'm going to go ahead and delete the other 2 that isn't performing as well. See, it's constant narrowing, optimizing, looking. See, like when you spend money in the beginning, you're not looking to get profitable. You're not looking to make like a bunch of sales. You're looking to collect data that can use during the scaling phase. Like now I know which of the ads are working better. I know which placements are working better. I know which countries are working better. I'm collecting 95% view data. Like you're paying for data. You're not paying for sales at the beginning. Now, after I perfected that one lookalike audience ad set, I duplicated 9 times. So now I'm going to go ahead and put all the lookalike audiences in each one of those ad sets. So we'll probably fast forward now. And then that's the last ad set. Now I'm going to publish all 20. And that's it. That's me launching all the lookalike audiences. Still watching now, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for supporting this series, because if it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be making and giving away this much amount of free content. Like I want to be able to provide as much value, and as long as there's people consuming my content, I'm thankful and it keeps me going. So thank you for watching this far. And as you can see, it is September the 6th. So now we are 4 days in, and we've already hit $539 in sales, which is insane. We got 18 orders, and things are going very well. Now I'm going to go ahead and fulfill the orders. I'm going to take you guys through the whole process. On top of that, I'm actually going to go ahead and show you guys how to get affiliate commission on your sales. Like this is the stuff like I keep secret. Like this is the stuff people don't show. Like this is something that I should have kept in a course, but I'm giving it to you guys, okay? So I use this application called AdmitTag where I get cash back on every single AliExpress order. So like I've made thousands of dollars off this cash back software completely for free. Like it's just extra free money. In order to add in the AdmitTag, you have to pay for Oberlo's basic plan, which is $30 a month. But you know, the cash back itself makes more than $30 a month. So I'm now going to go ahead and log into AdmitTag. I'm just searching up how to go ahead and link admin tag to Oberlo. So I'm looking at this article. You know, I can't remember everything on top of my head. I forget because there's just too many things going on. Go to my program. I'm on the page. I'm going to go ahead and banners and links on the AliExpress. I'm going to go ahead and copy this URL. And while I'm looking through the settings to find where to paste that link, I noticed that on the settings for Oberlo, you want to notify customers when the product gets fulfilled, and it allows customers to track their own product. So let me save settings. In this custom shipping, you want to put in 17track.net. So every time you fulfill an order and the item gets shipped from AliExpress, Oberlo automatically updates your Shopify order, sends out an email saying, hey, the order has been shipped, here's your tracking number, you can track it at 17track.net. So it's super automated. So I don't have to hand or send customers any customer service tracking sort of updates. It does it on its own. So I found it. It's under the suppliers tab. You go to your settings on Oberlo, go to suppliers, and then at the very bottom, you'll be able to paste in your affiliate ID. For some reason, it didn't work. And I found out that you only have to paste that code at the very end of your URL. And done. Now you can get affiliate cashback on every single AliExpress order you fulfill. Completely free extra money. Now I'm going to go ahead and process some orders. There's a bunch here, and I'll be taking you guys through the whole process step by step. So we're going to try Oberlo's sort of bulk orders, where you can place all 12 orders. It's cool and all, but like, it's not that reliable. Fulfilling 12 orders automated, like there's going to be a lot of hiccups, mistakes, and I recommend just doing it one by one. So I'll go ahead and log into AliExpress. All these 12 orders are lined up. Continue bulk fulfillment, and now it's somehow adding 12 orders, which is crazy. Like basically, like dropshipping is just getting easier and easier and easier with more and more tools. Back in the days, you had to manually copy and paste everything, and there wasn't any Oberlo. Like, you guys have it way easier. So yeah, it's adding in orders very fast. Like, that's pretty cool. While I'm waiting for it to sort of complete the 12 orders, I'm going to go ahead and log into my customer service email. You know, I want to be always doing things. Now I'm here. I find another customer service question that I'm going to answer live with you guys. Hello, I bought a watch. I want to know when I'll receive it and the tracking number. And it looks like this order got paused because shipping is hella expensive to Montenegro. So I need to find a different supply for this one. So now I go back to my AliExpress orders list, and everything's sort of pending. I think I just have to click pay now, I believe. I'm going to cancel the order. That's $120 for DHL shipping because that's way too expensive. And then after I cancelled it, it continued adding the remaining orders. Now there was an error where it can't read degree signs, so you just sort of replace the circle with a dash. When this error pops up, AliExpress sort of glitches up where you can't select any countries. So it's just annoying. Like a lot of troubleshooting. Some orders might take you 10 minutes to complete, others might take you 10 seconds. But eventually you get really fast and get to flow. And you could obviously outsource it to a VA. So for some reason I can't select Spain. So after we try to somehow go through all 12 orders, everything is turned into pending now. So it's sort of working-ish. Like it's just too hard. Like I'd recommend just do it one by one. Like doing the bulk fulfillment, unless you're really good at it, it's not that easy. But now I'm paying for it, so I think now I have to pay for each one of the items, and it automatically syncs, I believe. But my cart is empty, so I went ahead and just start paying each order one by one. Cashed in my credit card, my American Express. What I recommend you do is get a card that collects points. So not only am I getting cash back, but I'm collecting points on every single order I fulfill. So it's just money on money on money. Now I sort of paid, I'm gonna let it sync, but it seems to be taking too long. So I'm now just gonna go back to my orders, just pay all the other orders and see if it syncs back with Oberlo. So I'm gonna pay now, and just pay all the pending sort of watches that we added to cart using the bulk fulfillment. And then we're going to speed it up now, just because it's pretty boring. But now I've paid nearly all of them. I've got a few more. And yeah, that's all the orders paid for. So I'm just double checking everything. Everything looks good. I'm gonna click sync all orders, and hopefully all the payments, it sort of syncs through over to Oberlo. So I'm now going back to Oberlo and making sure everything's sort of syncing and everything's sort of updating on Oberlo's end. And then now I look for that order that we weren't able to do because it was like from Spain and had a weird address. It was this Fernando one that is sort of marked orange to order. So I'm going to go ahead and personally fulfill that order, and I'll show you guys how to troubleshoot it. As you can see, he's from Spain. The 7 sort of degree symbol, that's sort of blocking the order, so I need to change it. But Spain is disappearing, I can't change that country. So since I wasn't able to go ahead and fix that order, I left it. I went ahead and fulfilled other orders that did not go through. Now there was this order that we paid $50 in shipping for, that I'm going to cancel, and I'm going to reorder it, finding an alternate supplier. As you can see, this one's that's going to Montenegro is at $127 for shipping, which is expensive. So what I'm doing is I'm going back to the home page. I'm changing the country to ship to Montenegro. So I click on the watch that I've been purchasing. This one says it's $127 shipping to Montenegro. Now I'm going to go ahead and open up a bunch of similar watches and find the ones that basically can ship to Montenegro for an affordable price. So I'm opening a bunch of new tabs, scrolling down looking for similar products and similar listings. Now I'm going to these similar ones and I'm scrolling down on them and opening up new tabs as well. Found another one. There's like many variations. There's like a $7 variation, a $20 variation of this watch, but I've just been selling the $7 variation. Now I find a lot more watches that I was selling, and I'm opening them all in new tabs, and basically just want to open up as many tabs as possible so I have a bunch to compare it to and look and cross-reference. As you can see, this one's only $7 shipping, which is insanely cheaper. This one's free shipping, but it's $14, so it's more expensive. The other one was $8 plus $7 shipping. So the $14 one is technically still cheaper actually. So I go ahead and order the $14 one. And as you can see, we went from paying $135 down to $14 to get this product shipped to this very obscure country. And that's why I do worldwide, because you can get countries from these obscure countries, and AliExpress, you'll always find a supplier that can ship to that country. AliExpress is basically worldwide. But we go ahead and fulfill that order. And as you can see, ordering customer service is just a bunch of troubleshooting, and ideally you don't want to be personally doing it. You should definitely outsource a VA to get the order fulfillment done and the customer service done. Now if you want to learn how to hire, there's a bunch of how to hire videos on my channel. After I manually fulfilled that order, I had to go ahead and manually copy the order ID and manually paste it into the Oberlo order. Now going back, after doing all that, I'm trying to refulfill that sort of Spain country with the degree sort of symbol issue, and let's see if I'm able to solve it. Okay, looks like after sort of doing a bunch of orders in between, I was able to successfully fill it. I'm able to select Spain as a country, and finally has the country sort of synced up. Now I'm trying to find the state, province, or region. All I get is ES in the country, but I think ES is Spain itself, so I don't know what I'm doing here. But I find out I just put in Madrid. I think I did some searching and it looks like this address, this person might be from Madrid. City, again, I have no idea what city he's from, because he didn't put enough details in the address. So I'm just use Google in this case. So I'm going to search just the whole address, and when I search the whole address, I find out that the city is a Coruna. So this might be where the city is, and this might be the city. So I go back to the AliExpress. I try to find that city. Okay, I found the city. And then I find the city. There it is, the first one. Click it. I thought I was looking for Madrid. I thought Madrid was a city, but I think this one's literally the province, and city is the exact same. But I refreshed it and damn, like I stuffed it up, so I have to fill in everything, but then it stuffs up. So I'm going to go back and fulfill this order, But basically, as you can see, if I should have saw it, but the state, province, region, that was A Coruna, and the city was also A Coruna, and that's where A Coruna appears twice in the address. Only looking back did I sort of see that mistake. And while sort of frustrated, not being able to sort of get to it, I'm going to give you guys a peek at the Facebook ads results. We got 17 purchases now, and look how well you look like. Well, actually not too well, actually pretty well. 1% got 2 purchases at $3.53, which is insanely cheap. Our ROAS is 1.34 right now. Still profitable, sort of near break even, but overall it's not doing too bad. So now I'm going back to the AliExpress order. I'm going to order it again. Okay, so I refreshed it and I'm going to redo it, and with trouble, fingers crossed, we were able to fulfill it this time. I do exactly what I said before, where I put in A Corona for both the city and state. I'm like, damn, I finally cracked the code. Confirm the address, and damn, shipping is way too expensive. But luckily, there's an AliExpress option. So I'm like, phew, okay, I don't have to find another supplier and go through that whole process again. Place the order. Now I'm going to go ahead and check my order. But yeah, that's the end of it. We were able to finally get the order successfully fulfilled. You may just copy the AliExpress order ID, you go back to Oberlo, you enter it in manually. We start by finding a sort of cheaper supplier. When you sort of start scaling, you start finding a winning product, your next step is trying to get the cost of good as low as possible. That means finding the best and cheapest supplier. So I go to my import list and I find this sort of alternate supplier by this another supplier called MiniP, and their price was drastically cheaper. They had cheaper shipping options. As a result, I switched out my current supply for them because that would have saved a lot of money over the long run. On top of that, on the back end, what I went ahead and did was I messaged every single supplier that sold this product, and I told them about the situation and how I'm getting 10 to 20 orders every single day, and I'm looking for a supplier that can give me affordable price plus affordable shipping, and if they do, I'm going to bring my business to them. And if they could price match or beat other competitors. I also reached out to my current supplier and be like, hey, as you can see, I'm currently doing a bunch of orders, can you lower the price? So that's exactly what I did. I ended up going with this different supplier which offered free shipping, which was a good deal since I was paying roughly $2 to $3 shipping on every single order, and this basically saved me $2 to $3 every single order. So this was a massive steal. So I went ahead and imported this new supplier onto Oberlo. As you can see, I overrided the current product, as you can see, and then it's pretty easy. Then had to select variants. Unfortunately, this supplier did not offer silver. This supplier did not offer the black variant of the watch. So what I actually went ahead and did was I reached out to the supplier and be like, hey, I love your prices. Are you able to offer the black variant? But for now, I sort of just used 2 different suppliers. I used one supplier for the black, one supplier for the silver. So it's a bit confusing. But luckily, I reached out to the cheapest and best supplier. They had very good reviews as well, and the supplier had a lot of a high percentage of positive feedback, a lot of orders, a lot of experience, and they were able to also supply me with the black variant. So I'm just going to fast forward now, as I'm just sort of switching out the variants. Is pretty like boring things, but I was just using Oberlo, troubleshooting it and switching out different variants with different suppliers and linking it all up and sort of optimizing the landing page. As you can see here, I link up 2 different suppliers. One is Darren Watch Store and the other one is MiniP Watch Store. I linked the MiniP to silver and the Darren Watch Store to black. And then another pivot is I break it down to just two variants. I remove rose gold. I just do silver and black with the blue dial. Like, that's it. So I keep it very simple. I break it down to 2 variants only. Now I optimize image, because every time you override a product, your original Shopify page, it gets sort of things get overridden and it stuffs up. So I'm just fixing it now, removing all the unnecessary images. And now I'm going to go ahead and test out if it's synced up correctly. So I order a product. It still links it to the old MINHIN supply, which is strange. So I'm like, what? How come it's not working? But then I think it's probably just because it's old order. So I sort of leave it as is. But while I'm waiting for Oberlo to maybe refresh, and I see that since it's an old order, I would have to wait for new orders to really test out to see if the new linking of the new supplier works. But while I wait for a new order to come in, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create worldwide lookalike audiences for all website visitors in the past 180 days. And I'm going to do the exact same thing as I did with the 95% view. So I'm going to fast forward now. All right, so now we're checking our dashboards. Yesterday we got $180, so we're doing pretty well. What I want to do now is I want to check all the analytics to really see the data of all our orders. So I go to my reports, then I go to click show all, click on sessions by location. Now I'm going to add in the purchase column because I want to see which countries had the most purchases. Like I'm trying to read the data and find where all the sales are coming from basically. So I sort it by sessions converted. I see that we're getting a decent amount of purchases from US, India, and all these other countries. What I plan to do next is create a lookalike audience with the 95% view since I have over 1,700. One tip is I only like to create lookalike audiences once I have at least 1,000 audience. So for now, since I don't have 1,000 view contents as of yet, I'm just going to create lookalike audiences with my 95% view. So with this US lookalike audience, I'm going to create 5 parts, 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 6, all the way up to 8 to 10. And the reason I only do 5 is because US itself, it's a much smaller audience, and I want the audience size to be roughly 2 to 4 million. And that's why I do sort of chunks of 2% each, because that would give me a size of, roughly 4 million each. As you can see, we've got 17 purchases so far. The lookalike audiences, 95% view is doing okay. We still haven't given enough time yet. It's just been 1 day since we've launched that lookalike audience, but already I'm launching the next set of lookalike audiences. Now I'm launching US 95% lookalike audience. And that's how you sort of scale. You launch an unlimited amount of lookalike audience. There's several hundreds countries, there's worldwide, and on top of that there's just so many different custom audiences you can do lookalike audiences on. 3 second, 10 second, 25, 50, 95% view content, viewer by time spent, Instagram saves, post engagement. There's just never ending, and that's how people scale. And after you do that, you repeat that whole process again with this new whole set of data that you've collected. But yeah, you're gonna watch me launch the US lookalike audiences now. So I'm gonna speed up now because this is pretty basic stuff that you already know how to do. And yeah, we went ahead and published all the US lookalike audiences. As you can see, it's the 7th of September. A day has gone by. We launched those US and worldwide lookalike audiences yesterday on the 6th of September. It's only 9 a.m. and we already have 339 purchases, which is insane. We're getting to scaling. A lot of orders are coming in. If you see the top orders, we already got 1 sale from the upsell, which is 360 Glide version 1 on the bottom right hand corner for $17.99. So the upsells are working and things are going our way. So up until now we've only been doing this with 2 freaking apps, Zipify, One Click Upsell, and Oberlo. That's all we've been using. So I wanted to sort of increase the conversion rate further since we're getting a lot of worldwide orders. So I'm going to go ahead and install the best currency converter. Very easy. All we have to do is go to the Shopify App Store, search up best currency converter, install the app, and then now you could go with the free version, but I highly recommend you might as well pay the elite version. It's only $10 a month, because the main important thing is having the order switch of currency based on the person's IP and sort of address and what country they're from, it automatically converts. So as you can see, we go ahead and pick the paid version. I start with the free trial and we pay the $9.97 to the $9.95. Now we go ahead and set up the app. And I'll take you guys through the whole process. They also have very clear instructions, which I'm gonna, look at and copy. So I'm gonna open the settings into a new tab. And then I'm gonna look at the instructions and then change the currency formatting to what they want. So you sort of need copy paste this span class money, put it in front, and you sort of put this span afterwards to close it off, and then I have to save. So now we finished that. Make sure everything is on yes. So order switch yes. Checking all the different currencies we have. Everything looks good so far. Just making sure everything is okay. And now I'm going to go to 360 Glide to test it out. Since I'm located in Australia, the price should be in AUD. So it starts with USD, it says $21.99, and then bam, it gets switched to $32.11 Australian dollars as it's dropped down for the different currency, and it's looking very, very good. So add to cart to check it out. With one-click upsell, the add to cart button links me directly to the checkout button. So I skip the cart page and that increases the conversion rate further. So that's a one-click upsell, it's a very strong app. But yeah, so we install the currency conversion and that's the whole setup process for that. Now, another thing I go over is with the one-click upsell, since it sort of creates its own cart page, I want to streamline the checkout process even further by having it autofill address. You know how when you type in your address and there's a bunch of suggestions on what your address is and it autofills everything? Well, I'm going through that process right now to install that autofill address during the checkout process. So you have to go to Google APIs, you have to enable map JavaScript. It's a long process. I'm gonna fast forward it now. So I'm back on Zipify one-click upsell. I got the Google API key, which now I pasted in. Now address autocomplete is now finished. So now when people check out and they type in their address, a bunch of suggestions on what address is most likely going to be theirs, they could click it and it'll fill in all the street address, the city, the province, the country, everything. So it makes the checkout process even more streamlined. And that's why I love Zipify one-click upsell. Not only does it remove the checkout cart sort of page, it allows you to autocomplete address fill. On top of that, it allows you to post-purchase upsells with a simple click of a button where the order gets automatically added to that customer's order with a simple click. They don't have to refill in their address to purchase the upsell. But yeah, let's take a look at the stats and reports. It's September the 8th. We just went ahead. It's still the same day. We just finished configuring the best currency converter as well as the order fill for the checkout page. And now let's take a look at where all our orders are coming from. We've got 8 orders from India, United States, Germany, Spain, Brazil. So we're getting a decent amount of orders from these obscure countries. So now I'm going to go ahead, based on that data, I'm going to use that data to go ahead and create lookalike audiences for it. So now that we have 1,800 page view custom audience, since we hit that above 1,000 threshold, we could now do page view lookalike audiences. And as you can see, we're at 59 purchases. It's September the 8th. We started on September the 2nd. So it's only been 6 freaking days and we already got 59 orders. As you can see, the 002 is all the 95% lookalike audiences. And then if you see here, the 003 is the page view lookalike audiences. So I went ahead and since page view went above 1,000, now I can go ahead and create lookalike audiences for page view. And I went ahead and started with the worldwide lookalike audiences because that's sort of where I like to start. And as you can see, already one of the ad set got a purchase at $5.28. And all my lookalike audiences, as you can see, I'm setting them at $20 budget. Pretty expensive. But I really want to scale fast and show you guys how to really scale and outscale all your competition. Now we're going to go ahead and create US lookalike audiences for page view, since we already had worldwide lookalike audiences for page view. And then now I'm looking back at the data and it looks like, okay, India is doing pretty well. We got 8 purchases in India. Let's do lookalike audiences for India. And then now I go back and I edit the page view custom audience. I don't know why I did page view for the past 14 days. I think I just wanted to really throttle the retargeting and really retarget people a lot in the past 14 days. But for the sake of creating lookalike audiences, you want to have as much page view data as possible. So I'm going to change it to the past 180 days. And now I'm going to go ahead and create lookalike audiences based on the top countries that we're getting sales from. As you can see, I'm looking at the reports. That's why the reports are very important. I see that we're getting a lot of orders from India. So now I'm going to create Indian lookalike audiences. Since the audience size is pretty decent, I'm going to do 2%, 6.5 million per audience size, which is perfect. If it was like over 10 million, then would I split it up into like 1% each time. But since it's 6.5 million, I'm okay doing 2%, 0 to 2, 2 to 4. And as you can see, I'm going pretty crazy. Like I see that we have a lot of orders in Germany and Spain. Now I'm going to go ahead and create lookalike audiences for these countries as well. As you can see, 1% is just way too small. So I do 0 to 10%, which gives me an audience of 3.2 million for Germany. I go to Spain, same thing, 0 to 10% to create an audience size of 2.5 million. I do one for Brazil. I see that, 0 to 10 is quite a lot. So I think I break it up into 5% each. Actually, I changed my mind and I do 2% because each 2% is like 2.7 million, which is a pretty good size. And I create audience. And as you can see, we're just launching a ton of lookalike audiences. Like, this is live. No one ever shows you this stuff live in the sort of time. A lot of people sort of have all these campaigns already launched and they're going back into ad accounts and they're showing you the previous days step by step. But this is live things, like you're taking a look over the shoulder, and that's why this is a game changer. And as you can see, we're getting a bunch of sales in all these different ad sets. We're getting very low cost per purchases, and things are going very well. And scaling process is like doing an insanely good job. So now I go ahead and duplicate one of the best ad sets 17 times because we created 17 new sets of new lookalike audiences. Now I basically create the ad sets for the US page view. I name it 003. So 001, 000 is all my retargeting ad sets. I'll show you guys how I organize my ad campaigns. 001 is all my interest targeting ad sets. 002 is all my 95% lookalike audience ad sets. 003 is all my page view lookalike audiences. Okay, as you can see, everything is very organized. I'm putting in notes in my titles. It says US page view lookalike audience, IG mobile. So everything is very organized. And now go ahead and launch all those lookalike audiences for those different countries I created lookalike audiences for. I'm going to fast forward this process because it's very boring. So as you can see, I'm adding the lookalike audiences for Spain, Germany, India, Brazil. I bulk rename them to Brazil. Like, that's a fast way to do it. And I think that's it. That's everything. So I go ahead and close the panel and I publish all 17 ad sets, and they're all at $20 each, which is insane. I launched 17 ad sets at $20 each. So that's an extra $340 per day in ad spend, which is just insane. And as you can see, I didn't show you guys before, but all my best ad sets, I've been duplicating the budget. So I went from 20 to 40 on the one I'm hovering over now. There was a 95% 0 to 1%. 002 that has 10 purchases. The budget is now at $60, so I increased it from 20. I think I literally tripled it to 60 because the ad set was just doing so well. I tripled the budget to $60. And as you can see, some ad sets are at 40. So I basically wait till I get 2 purchases at least at an insanely profitable ROAS, and then I double the budget from 20 to $40. So that's an extra tip. Yeah, I'm hovering over it now. As you can see, this is one of the strongest ad sets. 10 purchases at $9.27 cent. Like that's highly profitable, and that's Australian dollars. So I'm getting purchases at like $6 to $7 USD. Things are just gonna get better and better, and you guys are gonna want to stay tuned. As you can see, we're getting very cheap add to carts at $4.03. If you look at, my editor will circle it, but the retargeting ad sets to 000, I increased it from $1 to $5 per day in budget, and that's sort of been the sweet spot. And now I'm going to go over killing. We have a lot of ad sets that's ran for over 4 days, and now I haven't killed any ad sets whatsoever. Like the moment I started this sort of series with you, over the past 6 days from September the 2nd, I killed 0 ad sets. So as you can see, I've been very calm and been really allowing Facebook to optimize and gain data before I really kill an ad set. So what I started by doing was I sorted costs per add to cart, and one of the campaigns had a $37 for one add to cart, and that obviously was a very bad campaign, so I killed that off. Next, I wanted to sort it by amount spent, because the more money that has been spent, that means the ad set has been running for a longer period of time and it has more data. And as you can see, damn, like we're getting some very good ad sets like that are getting 5 purchases, 4 purchases. LeBron James is doing very well. Smartwatch is doing very well. Activity tracker watch, the 95% lookalike audiences, they're doing pretty well. Like yeah, we're collecting a sort of a team of very strong ad sets. So I scroll down, and what I'm looking for is ad sets that spent, it's at $45, 0 purchases, I'm gonna kill it. Like my break even point, I think is roughly around 30 something dollars, maybe even $40, I can't remember. But this is above my break even point by $5 to $10, so I'm gonna kill it. This one purchase at $45, gonna kill it. Another one didn't get a purchase at $25. That I'm not going to kill because it hasn't ran long enough. So these $20 ad sets, most really top dropshippers will let them run for 4 days, let them run to $80. But I'm not there yet. I'm going to kill it if it hits 45 and it's like $5 to $10 above my break-even point. Like most people kill that break-even point, I'm going to let it run a bit further. And if you're like a pro, you're going to let it run to $80 freaking dollars. Let it run for 4 days. But I'm not there yet. But yeah, that's the result for the 8th. And then this is the next day. It is the 9th. And I'm going to show you my upsell sequence. As you can see, I made $132 from my post-purchase upsell. So the $47 I paid per month for one-click upsell already made its money back. As you can see, I'm just upselling the exact same watch again at a further discount. And right now I'm just trying to optimize my upsell sequence. So I'm editing the offer. I'll show you guys my sort of upsell page right now. Made it blue, made it match sort of the blue theme. I really like sort of the upsell page I created. Very beautiful, matches our theme. And I actually upsell a watch for $12.50, which is insane. The fact that we can get it for I think 5 to 6 USD, even if I sell it at $12.50 as a downsell, I'm still making an extra $7 in profit. And I've explained how the upsells work and how even if your profit is like as low as $5, it's an extra free $5 because you already paid for that initial purchase. But yeah, right now I'm just optimizing my offer pages. I'm changing the discounts, I'm moving it around, I'm reducing the discounts. I'm just finding the sweet spot on how to get more people to click the upsells and take the upsells depending on the percentage. I'm choosing what to upsell, what to downsell. But what I like to do is I like to always downsell my lowest offer. So I'm always going to downsell the 50% off. But yeah, if you guys, I'm going to fast forward now because this is pretty boring stuff. And you could also see my ad copy, grab another one for a friend or family member at an extra 30% off discount, and then add 360 glide to your order now and receive 30% off. So that's the ad copy I have. But yeah, I'm going to fast forward. Now let's go into the Facebook ads. So as you can see, we got 92 freaking purchases, 92. Yesterday we were at 56. So like things are going very well. As you can see, We're getting sales on our new lookalike audiences that we launched in last episode. The Brazil ad sets are getting purchases. The Spain, the India is surprisingly doing pretty okay. Not profitable since we're getting cost per purchases of $43, but still getting us data, which is surprising. As you can see, one of the Spain ad sets got 2 purchases. The retargeting is doing quite well. The add to cart no purchase, 2 purchases at $5.35 each. That's doing well. As you can see that we have that one very strong 95% lookalike audience. So now I'm just sort of looking at the data. I'm seeing how consistent it is. But it's looking pretty consistent over the past 3 days. So that's a good indicator that I can maybe up the budget again. LeBron James is doing pretty well. We still kept the budget. I think since it was a interest ad set, we increased it from $10 to $20. And this is doing pretty well. So I'm just going off and reading the data at the moment. Since it's doing very well, I'm going to double it again to $40 since it's been doing pretty well over the past few days. Let's check how the smartwatch has been doing. Got 0 purchases yesterday. The fact that it got 0 purchases yesterday, that is a bit worrying that it's not too consistent. And the fact that it didn't get any purchases yesterday, I'm not going to double the budget. Page view no add to cart, that's doing insanely well. $2.86 per purchase, 93 cents. And that's Australian dollars, so that's like $2 per purchase. So like retargeting, very powerful. Don't sleep on retargeting. A lot of the 95% lookalike audiences. This one, 3 purchases at $7 each. That's very low, so I'm going to double that. But as you can see, I'm just sort of looking for all the best ad sets that are very strong to double. Now, a lot of people talk about duplicating. I don't really, in this case, for this particular sort of campaign, I feel that doubling works best just because I have so much lookalike audiences. Like if I do a lot of duplicating, it will just make the whole campaign so messy. Like I'd rather use the editing budget strategy. If it kills ad sets, it kills the ad sets and I move on to the next one because I have a ton of ad sets. So I'm not too worried about killing ad sets and sort of ruining it as I double the budget and breaking the ad set. I'm just looking for the ones that can sort of ride it out at $100, $200, $300. So I'm cutting all the mediocre ad sets that can't be able to scale to those higher budgets to find those that can. A lot of people are scared to do that, so they just sort of duplicate and sort of try to sustain these sort of weaker ad sets at many low budget sort of duplicates. So now I'm going back to the reports because I want to look at the data. I want to look at which countries are doing well so you can go ahead and create more lookalike audiences. So as you can see, with India, got 2 purchases. The page view lookalike audiences are doing very well. So are the 95% view lookalike audiences. Interest, we still got a bunch of solid interests. Now we're going to check out where all our sales are coming from. As you can see, we're getting a bunch of sales from Turkey, Malaysia, Peru, Brazil, Germany, and Spain. We already launched lookalike audiences for. So one of the campaigns that has 13 purchases at $10 each, I'm going to increase it from $60 to $100 and let's see if it does well at 100. But that's one of our strongest ad sets so far. But yeah, so I went into the audience manager now and I'm going to go ahead and create lookalike audience for initiate checkout. Even though it's a bit early, I really want to scale this out, so I'm getting a bit fidgety and I'm going to go ahead and create worldwide lookalike audiences for initiate checkout. Now you might ask why I don't do it for add to cart. The reason is because with the Zipify one-click upsell that skips the cart page, I'm actually getting less add to carts than initiate checkouts because everyone that clicks add to cart goes straight to initiate checkout. So I create lookalike audiences for initiate checkout. I'm going ahead using the strategy I used before and creating worldwide lookalike audiences for initiate checkout. Now I'm going to go ahead, look for one ad set that's doing really strong. I picked this worldwide lookalike audience 003 page view lookalike audience with 3 purchases. I'm going to go ahead and duplicate that once edit it. Since I'm doing initiate checkout lookalike audiences, I'm going to name it 004. So all my future initiate checkout lookalike audiences will be under 004. Very organized. You guys could follow my formula. Set the budget at $20 to start. I keep it with IG mobile since, you know, at the very beginning we saw that IG mobile performed the best. So I'm going to keep it with Instagram mobile. I'm going to duplicate this 9 times, and then I'm going to add in all the initiate checkout interest. I'm going to fast forward this just because you've already seen me do this many times. So I go ahead and yeah, I finish all the ad sets. I have a sort of Excel sheet that tracks all my finances. You can copy this as well, but I'm just inviting my virtual assistant, and this is basically a sheet where my VA fills out all the expenses. Every single order I get, she's gonna put in, she's gonna order it, put in the cost, and just track everything for me. So I get my VA that does order fulfillment to also do my accounting. So by the end, I get a pretty decent estimate because it takes into account Stripe fees, PayPal fees, takes into account the actual costs that we paid on AliExpress, gives me amount of profit, so I can get a good idea on how to scale this further, and it's very good for accounting. In this video, I'll be talking about how to increase your AOV by creating buy 2 get 1 free upsells. I'm going to be showing you the anchoring method where I basically got everyone to buy 3 watches. Like a lot of people bought 3 watches because of this. What I did was I searched up buy 2 get 1 free on Google. I saw the image by I think it was Pandora, and I used that as inspiration to model after. As you can see, I'm showing you my whole Photoshop process. I sort of have an idea of what I want to do, but not too clear of an idea. But I'll show you guys my whole Photoshopping process. This is going to turn into a Photoshop lesson. As you can see, you know, being an entrepreneur is someone that can do many things. Like all successful entrepreneurs, they're very diverse. Like, I don't know any entrepreneur that is not diverse. You want to be able to know the basics of most things before diversifying it and outsourcing it to someone else. You want to be able to master the skill. For example, I mastered editing, video editing before I got an editor. I mastered photo editing before I got a photo editor. I mastered customer service before I outsourced customer service. That's another key and important thing that you want to learn. As you can see, I sort of dragged out the box, made it diagonal, brought down the opacity to make it light, sort of modeling after this. I'm thinking, I want to probably do the same thing where I have the big 2 text. I'll write buy on top of the 2, get 1. So I use that as inspiration on how I could do my buy 2 get 1 free. Now I'm going to fast forward a bit because, you know, this is getting a bit boring. So I'm going to fast forward. As you can see, I sort of do 2 different colors. One is blue, one is sort of black. But I think I don't really like it black. Now I go ahead and open up a very clear image of my watch. Beautiful photo. I magic tool it, so I'm able to copy and paste it. And I go ahead and put 2 watches and then 1 watch on the bottom, and like that's how I sort of create a very cool buy 2 get 1 free. And what I do is I make the get 1 free watch very big, so it stands up. People are like, damn, I want to get 1 free watch. And I'm going to fast forward a bit because you know, you don't need to learn the sort of small parts of editing. Using the font I have for my 360 guide logo, I'm going to put buy and free, and then I'm going to get large numbers 2 and 1. I'm going to bring the opacity of the 2 down, and I'm basically modeling after what Pandora did. Like, they have like graphic designers that they pay millions of dollars for. You know, they have graphic designer teams that did that image, and I'm able to do it on my laptop at home on my own. So you guys are getting that experience and lesson as well. I'm giving that away. But yeah, isn't that cool? Like, look how clean this is. Like, I couldn't have paid someone to make a better one. But yeah, that's the whole editing process. Hopefully you guys appreciate me showing you guys the behind the scenes of every single little minute detail that would have been usually saved for a course or not shown at all. Like, this is the stuff I wish people would have shown me when I got into entrepreneurship. Like, I want to know the minute details. I want to know how Bill Gates reads his books. I want to know his morning routine. I want to know what Gary Vee does on the weekend. I want to know what Gary Vee does before he sleeps. Like, those are the things that people still don't know. And that's exactly why I'm just giving you guys so many diverse amount of content and just sort of showing you real shit, not being fake like all the other gurus on YouTube. So I think about like, should I put a 360 glide logo on top as an overlay? Just because I put in a lot of time and effort to make this, I'm worried if someone just copies and pastes my sort of buy two get one free photo. But in the end, I'm like if they do, they do. I'm just gonna outscale them. Having this logo on top makes it look a bit gimmicky. So I'm not gonna use it, and I'm gonna risk the chance of someone copying my product. But that can be countered. I just outscale them, and I already have too much of a hold on this watch that people can't really get into it. And since I sell both the black and silver version, I go ahead and create a silver version of it, and you'll get we'll speed through it now. As you can see, I'm basically doing the same thing. I'm just putting the silver version on top. Now I've got the buy two get one free finish for the silver version. And what I'm going to do next is, I think, a step further. I'm going to do buy 4 get 3 free. Like, this is some next level shit. This is like a pricing strategy that I learned from one of my mentors, Vincent Ng from America, when I was sort of interning there. But it's a very strong pricing strategy. Like, I'm going to be showing you guys a secret pricing strategy that I learned, and it works. Like, people freaking buy 7 watches. Like, that's how strong my pricing strategy is, and you're going to learn that on today's video. But yeah, I'm just basically editing this now. I'm going to fast forward because, you probably don't want to see these stuff. I edited it to buy 4 get 3 free. Look at this amazing image. Then I do the black version. Now I go back to Shopify and I go ahead and create the variants. As you can see, I already created the options, but I didn't like the sort of variants. Like, I didn't like the one sort of watch and people could pick 1, buy 2 get 1 free, buy 4 get 1 free. Like, they couldn't visually see what they were purchasing. Like, this is what I had it originally. So what I changed it up to do, what I pivoted with, was I'm going to create 3 different products, and the 3 different products is, one is just going to buy 1, the other one is going to be buy 2 get 1 free, and the last product is going to buy 4 get 3 free. So I'm going to split up all the variants to make it very, very simple for the customers to purchase. So I'm deleting all the variants that aren't related to the current option that I'm giving off. So this duplicate is the buy 2 get 1 free. So I'm going to add in the buy 2 get 1 free image, put in the black and silver. As you can see, I'm deleting the images. I'm putting the silver variant with the silver buy 2 get 1 free image, and I'm putting the black variant with the black buy 2 get 1 free image. And then I also duplicate it again, and this is going to be the buy 4 get 3 free. Now there'll be a lot of fast forwarding. So as you can see, the buy 2 get 1 free, I priced that at $50, and then buy 4 get 1 free, I priced that at $100 or $99. So literally, people can buy 1 watch at $25, 2 watches and get 1 free at $50. So like, they see this image of 3 watches for $50, they're like, damn, for double the price I could get 3 watches. And that's sort of the first price is like the anchor that forces people to buy 3 freaking watches. And then there's the ballers where it's at $99, you get 7. So like, you could get at $50, you could get buy 2 get 1 free, or at $99 you could get 7. So that's sort of the pricing strategy, and I sort of tier it and I anchor it. And now I'm sort of just multitasking. I'm trying to get the buy 2 get 1 free listing completed, as well as get the original listing finished, and now I'm editing the buy 4 get 3 free listing. This is going to buy 4 get 3 free. I'm going to rename it, put it in a silver and black variant. I'm going to fast forward it a bit now. I'm going to add in the related the corresponding images to each variant. I'm going to edit the compare at price as well, so that if someone bought 7 watches, 7 times 25 would equate to 350. So the original price is at $50 for 1 watch, and I'm discounting it to 25. So $50 is the full price. So if you buy 2 get 1 free, the full price would be 150. And if you buy 7, 50 times 7 would be the full price would be 350. So if you buy 4 get 3 free, you get a massive discount of $350 down to $99. Now I'm going to edit the home page to add in these variants. As you can see, I changed the text to exclusive product launch deals, limited time only. Before, I think I had it at like $40 off discount, but that didn't look professional, so I removed that and I replaced it with that more official looking text. So as you can see, I'm always optimizing the website. Now I'm going to add in the first variant, which is the buy 2 get 1 free. And look how clean that looks. Like, how can people not want to go down and like buy 2 get 1 free? Like, that's clean, and everything's on the homepage. It's literally a 1 product store. And now I add in the next featured product, which is the buy 4 get 3 free. Now I'm just editing the compare at prices, and everything looks good to go. Look how clean that looks. And now I'm going to go ahead and delete all the other variants from the original listing. So as you can see, rather than having one sort of product with many different variants where they could go ahead and pick buy 2 get 1 free, I'm going to go ahead and create different products to basically tear them apart. I don't want it all in one listing and they have to pick behind the variants and all they see is text. Like, that's annoying. I'm going to tier it and break it up so that people can visually pick the deal they want. And I'm going to rename that to 50% off, I guess, since it's from $50 down to $25. As you can see, I also don't do what most people do, where they do $24.99, $24.97. I really position the brand as very professional, putting out just $25 flat. And then I add in this header, buy 2 get 1 free, in big bolded text. That's the 50% off deal. That all the variants should be gone. And then now the title, buy 4 get 3 free. Damn, does that look clean. Look how clean our homepage is. And that's how I got people to buy 7 watches, which is insane. Like, this is next level strategies I'm giving to you guys. Like, everyone, because of this, like, a lot of people are going to be using this strategy. So hopefully you hit the notification bell, you're seeing this video ahead of everyone else, and you're able to go ahead and take this strategy to the next level. Can't believe I'm giving this away. This should be in a course, but Gary Vee said, give everything away. And that's exactly what I'm doing right now. And I'm gonna basically show you where I got the pricing model from. So if you search up B2 Nanoblade, this is Vincent Paula Ng's sort of product. He's one of my mentors from the States who I sort of interned with. He launched a nano knife that literally made $300,000 with 0 ad spend just on Kickstarter. Like, that's insane. You know, like with dropshipping, if you reach 300,000 sales, you spend like $170,000 on ads. This was 0 freaking ads. So what I'm also doing is I'm going to the best Kickstarters and looking at the pricing model they have. And I'm just basically learning from someone who's like, they funded $20 freaking million. So like, I'm looking at all the top Kickstarters and seeing how they're pricing and tiering their products and deals. And I basically open all these tabs. I research a lot of market research. A lot of people don't know that you should model after success and always be learning. And here's the deal. You can see 3 nanoblades for $75, or you can get the early bird special and buy 4 nanoblades and get 3 free. So I can't really do that because it'll make it look very messy. But if you guys want to see where the pricing strategy originated from, go to B2 Nanoblade, Kickstarter, and see how Vincent priced his knives. Now I'm just finding a way to sort of organize the site to make it look more cleaner. So I'm moving things around. I want to look for more images. So I search up the watch. I find more cool images of the watch. And then with the stainless steel image, I change that to a slideshow. Also, as you can see, I put in another image on how to tell the time. I find another image of this watch this time. Before I was using the wrong watch instructions. Found this very slick looking image. Google isn't letting me download it, so I'm gonna have to like screenshot it. Find this very nice looking image that I could add to the reviews. Then I go ahead and I use that image I just sort of downloaded and I put into the slideshow. So you know that stainless steel image I have, now people can swipe and get more images of the watch rotated in different angles. So yeah, how clean does this site look? Like, it's just getting better and better. And remember, I'm not making the website perfect before I launch the Facebook ads. I'm making it perfect as I go along. Like, I'm perfecting it over time. A lot of people go into the mistake of trying to perfect their website before anything even starts. And that's a big mistake that you don't want to get into. And then for the reviews, since I found that other clean photo of the watch on that wrist, I'm going to add it into the sort of list of review images. See, I'm optimizing, finding more and more images to add to the website. So in this episode, I'm actually going to show you guys how to go ahead and negotiate with suppliers to get cheaper pricing. Most people make it complicated and they want to reach out to sort of agents before they even hit 6 figures. But what you're going to do, you want to keep it simple, and I'm going to be showing you the easiest way to lower your cost of goods. So as you can see, I told this person how, I'm doing dropshipping. I dropship 10 to 20 pieces of this product daily. I was wondering if you could help with CSV bulk orders, and could you also offer bulk discount? They said, okay, we can do CSV orders. Could you tell me how many orders you get every day? What countries we need to ship to? Do you have a request for shipping methods? So I replied with, we ship worldwide. We do 20 to 30 orders every day. And I said, can we start with a cheaper private AliExpress link with cheaper cost and cheaper shipping, and it will continue with you. Now, you don't want to just sort of message your current supplier. What I went ahead and did next was I opened up the supplier's link. I scrolled to the very bottom of the listing and I opened up a ton of suppliers with the same watch, and I went ahead and messaged them all. And now that I opened up every single other supplier selling the same watch, I'm going to go ahead and click contact on every single tab. So I'm going to fast forward this. Now that I opened up all the tabs with all the suppliers, I'm going to create a message saying, hey, our store is doing 20 to 30 orders per day. Put in our store name, 360deli.com, of this product. We ship worldwide. What bulk order price per unit plus shipping costs can you offer? Can you do if we bring 20 to 30 orders per day business to you? ? And then I added in some text. I said, hey, our dropshipping store. Let them know we're doing dropshipping. And that's sort of the message. So I go ahead and I copy this message I just made and I send it to every single supplier. So I basically let all the suppliers hash out and bid out the best price they could do, and the best supplier that can bring the best price will get my service. Also, a lot of people might ask, what about quality and shipping time? So after I get the cheapest price, I actually review that supplier. I check their AliExpress profile, I get their percentage of positive feedback, amount of orders, how long they've been doing it, their shipping times, the reviews, before I go ahead and really commit to that supplier. But the first thing I want to do is get a price. So I rather get a price before I validate the supplier, because it's not worth validating every single supplier before you even know if they could get you a good price. I want to find the good price first before I go ahead and validate them. So back to my store, as you can see, I'm just uploading some photos for the satisfied customer reviews. Since it's all photos of the watch being used on a wrist, I wanted to get a photo of the watch actually being used on a person. I already have the one with the lady, so I'm uploading another picture of the watch being on a man. Upload it in. Looks very clean. Now I'm shifting the images around to make it more nice. Positioning it in a way where it sort of makes sense. Now I also added the waterproof sort of title, waterproof, and I have the image of the watch on top of the sea. So as you can see, the website is just getting better and better and better over time. For the most innovating design of 2019, I'm going to scroll that, bring that up to near the top. I'm going to bring it right underneath the video. So yeah, I'm moving things around. I'm just optimizing it and making it better and better over time. So that was the optimization process. Now let's go into the ads and show you guys an update. So it's currently the 10th of September. We're 8 days in since we launched on the 2nd of September, and we've got 123 freaking purchases. As you can see, I'm looking at the strong ad sets that have given me multiple purchases. Like this ad set has got 7, so I'm going to double from $20 to $40. I'm looking for a strong ad set. LeBron James, I already doubled that to 40, from 20 to 40. So I'm going to see the results, see how it's been performing. Past 2 days, it's been getting 1 purchase at like 27, 18. So it's not been performing too well at $40. So I'm not going to increase it any further. One of our strongest ad sets, that's at $100. We recently increased it from 60 to 100. Let's see how it's been performing. So at $100, it's still doing not too bad. We're still getting purchases that are profitable. So it's doing well. Now I like to turn on the filter where I only show active ad sets. I like to first start by sorting it by the most expensive add to carts, just in case if I see something that's very expensive add to cart, I'll kill it straight away. Then I like to sort it by amount spent and scroll down the list and see if things are profitable. So for example, this ad set, I spent $133. So it's been given a lot of time to optimize and it's very unprofitable. So that's when I kill it. So I gave it a lot of time and I was fair with it. Another one, $77. This ad set ran for nearly 4 days. I should kill it. Let's see if I do. I do. I thought I would be anal about it and let it run to $80, but I don't, and I kill it straight away because it's very unprofitable. And the rest of the data doesn't have enough data. It's only spent sort of like $40. That means it sort of only ran for 2 days, and that's not enough data for me to determine if I could kill it. But yeah, it's September the 10th. It's, 8 days in and we're going really, really strong. So hopefully you guys have been enjoying this sort of live walkthrough every single step of the way. Like this is something you guys could just copy and duplicate. And then another thing I like to do is I also like to sort by ROAS. That's another big thing. Sorting by ROAS, finding the top ROAS ad sets that are doing very well. If they have 3 purchases, positive ROAS, I'm going to double the budget. Especially if the ROAS is 3.79. That person definitely put one of those buy 2 get 1 free bundles. So I'm checking out the watch campaign that has 8 purchases. I'm going to check the analytics to see how well it's been doing the past few days. Wow, it's been doing pretty decently over the past few days. Like, yeah. So I might go ahead and increase the budget again on this. So I find another lookalike audiences ad set that's doing pretty well. So I double that from 20 to 40. I think the reason why I don't increase the watch campaign is because I want to let it for a bit longer, because if I increase it to $80, that is a big jump. So I want to really solidify that ad set before I increase it again. But right now I'm just looking for positive ROAS ad set that has at least 3 purchases to go ahead and double the initial budget from 20 to 40. And yeah, those are all the ad sets I increased for today. Okay, it's currently still the 10th, but now it's 8:30 p.m. So another 12 hours gone by. We're at 125 purchases, so the day is not strong. Most likely because it's a Tuesday, Australian, so that means it's a Monday in the US. So usually Tuesdays and Mondays are very weak. So now I'm just doing a lot of killing before I head off to bed. We started the day off at 123 purchases. We're only at 125. So things aren't going too strong. So now I'm looking at all the ad sets that have a pretty bad ROAS. And I've spent like over $70 and it's still unprofitable. I'm killing them because I put like more than enough money. So as you can see, I'm actually giving each ad set, like this one I ran to $50 freaking dollars. Like most people would kill the exact time it hits break-even point. But I really believe that Facebook requires time to optimize, and giving it time and giving it several days is very important. Now, if you don't have the budget, that's a different story. If you don't have a budget, you really want to be strict, killing it at expensive cost per click, expensive add to carts. The moment it hits like 80% of break-even point, you want to kill. Like you definitely want to do that if you're on a budget. But if you're not, you definitely want to kill as early as possible. Like these are running to $44, $43, For some reason, I let them run for longer, and I believe the reason why I let them run for longer is because if you look at the cost per initiate checkouts, I'm literally getting 83 cent, $1.65 cent, very cheap cost per initiate checkouts. Now the reason is it's probably because the audience is from India, they like to initiate checkout, but even so, I'm going to let it run for at least 3 days before I kill it, which is $60, which is very tough on the budget, but time can really turn an ad set 360 and make it one of the strongest ad sets ever. I'm also going to increase the retargeting ad set from $20 to $30 because that's doing pretty well. And I actually turn off those two ad sets. I think like it spent $44. I think it's just been a bad day. I'm just killing every single unprofitable ad set. But on a good day, I would have let that run. Now I'm looking at the Germany ad set, DE003. That spent $43, 0 purchases, and I go ahead and turn it off. You know, it's way past break-even point and it's got 0 purchases. This ad set, we only got 1 purchase at $42. I'm going to turn that off because that's still past break-even point. And then as you can see, there's a lot of ad sets where they're sort of around the $40 mark. They've gotten either 1 purchase or 0 purchases. But I think I sort of just let them run. It's their lucky day. I just had a gut feeling to let them run for a bit longer. So a day has passed since yesterday's episode. It's now the 11th of September, 8 a.m. So I'm picking all the ad sets that are basically way above break-even point. As you can see, a lot of the ad sets I left running yesterday, where it was at like $41, $42 with 0 purchases or 1 purchases, continue to stay at 1 purchase or continue to stay at 0 purchases, and I'm now going to go ahead and kill them. But what you don't see is that some of these ad sets actually got a second purchase and became profitable and came back. And then this ad set with the 3 purchases, that I don't remember if it had 0, 1 or 2, but giving these ad sets time, it was able to come back. And these ad sets, I played it much more sort of ballsy for the worldwide initiate checkout lookalike audiences. I launched it at $30 ad sets. So I played it a bit too ballsy looking back at it, but now I'm going to go ahead and kill everything that's unprofitable. So a lot of killing. Selecting everything that's spent over $50 and only has 1 or 0 purchases. I'm also checking out the ROAS. Yeah, so I'm killing and I'm trimming a lot. Turn off. Also, as you can see, the number of purchases is going to decrease because I'm currently only showing the active ad set. So we actually got way more purchases that are currently hidden. Now I'm sorting by the cost per initiate checkout. So I'm looking for the ad sets with expensive initiate checkouts to see if I could kill anything. I'm also going to sort by ROAS to see if there's anything I could scale. As you can see, there's this ad set that is 4x ROAS, has 3 purchases. It's been sort of consistently getting a sale every single day. It only didn't get a sale on the 8th. Today is a Wednesday, so today is a good day for scaling. You want to increase the budget so it optimizes for the weekend. So I like to scale on Wednesday, Thursday, Fridays, so when the weekend hits, everything's just gonna go uphill. Surprisingly, this ad set was stuck at $20 a day and he has 8 freaking purchases. Since it was a 95% worldwide lookalike audience, I'm pretty sure I started it at 20. So for some reason I didn't notice how good of an ad set that was, so I just increased it now to $40. But as you can see, I'm very reserved with when I increase my budgets. A lot of people just keep on increasing, no matter if it's unprofitable. When they increase it, they just keep increasing again and again. I like to increase, give it 2 to 3 days, let it settle. If it still does well, increase again. Give it 2 to 3 days to settle before I increase it again. But I like to always look at these sort of stats on how consistently it's been doing recently. So I've got 2 purchases, so consistently every day is getting 1 or 2 sales. So this is a pretty consistent ad set. But you know, bringing it up to 80 is a big move. So I'm just going to leave it as is for now. And now I'm looking at all the weaker campaigns at the bottom of the column with like either 0 or low ROAS. But as of right now, we have like 26 sort of strong, 25 strong ad sets. And it took, me trimming it down from like 70, 100 ad sets just to find these strong 26. So that's what people mean by testing. You want to just keep testing every single lookalike audience possible and launching more. The more ad sets you launch will correlate to the amount of money you make. So there's one of the view contents, only 3 purchases, 1.5 ROAS. For some reason I kill it. I think looking back I should have kept that running. There was no reason for me to kill it. This one that I'm hovering over now makes sense to kill because it's sort of break even. The ROAS is decent, even though it's still profiting. I want to just have healthy ad sets in my campaign. That's sort of what I'm doing right now, filtering everything out, leaving only healthy campaigns. But yeah, I'm just sort of reading the data, checking everything out, looking at the cost per purchase, checking the ROAS, checking the cost per landing page, cost per initiate checkout. I'm just looking at everything. And like, this is sort of what scaling is like. You're sort of just delving into your ads campaigns and you're just sort of looking at everything. Yeah, and that's that. And now we're going to go into the night. So it's still September 11th. It's 8:40 p.m. and now we're going to do some scaling. So I'm going to show you guys how I go ahead and create more ad sets. So what I'm looking at is I have a list of all the campaigns and places I've tested already, because it's getting pretty overcrowded all over the place, and I need a way to sort of track what interests I've tested, what countries I've tested, and what custom audiences I've tested. So as you can see, I have all the interests I've tested on one column. I have all the 95% lookalike audiences I've tested, all the page view lookalike audiences I tested, and this allows me to really know with what I'm working with. So now initiate checkout, I've tested worldwide, and that's about it. Now what I'm doing is I'm going to sort by filter. So I'm going to search 001 and see the ROAS on all my interests targeting ad sets and see how well they perform. So I add in a filter, ad set name 001, and as you can see, all our 10 interest ad sets have a ROAS of 1.8. I'm going to go ahead and check the ROAS on the 95% lookalike audiences. And that's why I love my naming convention and the way I organize things. And damn, the 95% lookalike audiences are only giving us a 1.37 ROAS. Pretty cool tactic, right? Like, this is something I came up with. I don't see anyone doing. So hopefully I shouldn't be sharing this on YouTube, but hopefully this helps someone. And if you become successful, let me know. I want to hear your success story. Bam, add to cart. Page view lookalike audiences doing pretty well, 1.5 ROAS. Now let's check how well the initiate checkout lookalike audiences. Now, if I remember correctly, we created the initiate checkout lookalike audiences when it was below 1,000 initiate checkouts. So as a result, the data was very, very weak, and it wasn't enough data to create a solid lookalike audience, and that's why we got 0.85 ROAS. But as you can see, the interests are doing very, very well. So based on this data, I should create more interests lookalike audiences, and I should create more page view lookalike audiences. So I'm going to start with interests. I'm going to look at all the top ROAS interests, and then I'm going to, based on those, I'm going to create new interests, single interests around the best interests. So watch did very, very well. Now I'm going to look for every other interest that's similar to watch. And I'm going to do the same thing with LeBron James and smartwatch. So now I'm going to duplicate each 3 times. So I'm going to launch 9 more interests. Start the budget at $20. So initially I started interest at $10. I think I'm going a bit harder now since I know the product works. So I'm putting it at $20 starting. And what I'm doing is also I'm checking out the placements to see where it's doing the best. As you can see, some ad sets Facebook does really well, some ad sets Instagram does really well. For example, this one, for watch, Instagram is just doing insanely better. Like, Instagram is outperforming Facebook. So I select all the new ad sets I'm going to do, and as a result I pick Instagram newsfeed only. Now I'm going to each of the winning interests that have high ROAS that I duplicated and looking for the nearest suggested interest. So this is how you create off strings that are similar to the winning interest. So this is how you horizontally scale. And then probably fast forward this because it's pretty boring, but I basically, for example, LeBron James, I'm going to duplicate that 3 times and I'm going to pick like other players like Steph Curry, pick other players like, I can't remember, but I'll find the exact one. But for the smartwatch, I try Rolex, try smart device. For LeBron James, I put in Michael Jordan, I tried James Harden, and I tried basketball. So I mix it up and put in just something broad like basketball. That's how you go ahead and horizontally scale. So I launched those 9 extra interests, and then I realized that each one of the interests still had 3 ad sets underneath it. So I'm going to go ahead and turn off the 2 that isn't as strong as that first black and white ad that we made at the very beginning of this sort of program. So I'm going to select all the watches, all the new 9 interests, go to the ads, sort it by name, and turn off everything that is not the black and white version, because that's sort of why we created these variations, to learn which was the best. And I'll go ahead and delete them. Now I go ahead and I see that now I want to make page view lookalike audiences. That means I want to look for other strong countries to create more page view lookalike audience ad sets. So now I'm going to go back to reports on my store and see how everything's going. But as you can see, we're at $6,538.22. Today we hit $1,000. Technically, we hit $1,000 on the 8th of September. So scaling is going very, very well. Like, look at this. Like, this is insane. You guys watched the whole process. You guys were part of this journey. You were able to watch over my shoulder and see all this happen live, every single step of the way. Like, I couldn't have predicted it. Like, I had to do it and make it work for you guys. Like, this is going to be a game changer when it comes to the YouTube space, when it comes to e-commerce, because no one's releasing anything as real as this. But check out the data. We're at 1.2 thousand just today, and it's 8 p.m. so the day's going to end, but like, up, down, it's just going to keep going up. And I'm going to analytics, go to reports, do the same thing, sort by sessions converted. You've seen me do this many, many times. And then I sort of have like a change of mind. I'm like, why should I do this? I should just go to my Facebook manager, look at where my 169 purchases are from. Like, that's much stronger and more accurate data. So I first started by sorting it by ROAS, and as you can see, I'm getting like random sales from Mongolia, Macedonia, Montenegro, St. Kitts and Nevis, French Yuan, Guyana. I can't pronounce those correctly. I'm very sorry if I pronounce that wrong and you're from that country. But yeah, I'm getting sales like all over the world. Germany is doing very well. This data is way stronger than the data on Shopify because I get the cost per purchase. Like, I was wrongly launching lookalike audiences to India and US, because if you look at this data, the US country is not doing that strong. Like, I'm getting pretty mediocre ROAS on US. So what I go ahead and do, since Mongolia got that 2 sales, I'm going to go ahead and do Mongolia lookalike audience. Czech Republic, and I'm going to do now Macedonia as well. Looking back, what you should do, since the audience size is just so small, what I should have done is I should have combined all these countries into one ad set. But I really wanted to differentiate it. But I basically now I do a bunch of lookalike audiences to all these top sort of performing countries that got me a purchase for very, very cheap. But now looking back, what I'd recommend is only do this after you get 3 purchases from that country. There's no point doing lookalike audiences unless you get 3 proven profitable purchases from that country. Or else you're sort of shooting in the dark, because what if that one purchase is just a lucky purchase? So I'm going to fast forward now. I'm launching lookalike audiences for all these sort of countries that are getting purchases for very cheap. And now I basically have countries all the way to Egypt. And I go ahead and duplicate and create 12 ad sets. And with the 12 ad sets, I just put in the lookalike audiences I just created. So I put in EG. I forgot what country is EG. Egypt, put in FI. So Finland, Portugal. Then I'm gonna do Estonia. This is all gonna be fast forwarded. But I'll put it at a speed where you guys can follow. Yeah, that's a time lapse of me launching all those ad sets. But yeah, this is one, like this strategy, like no one uses. No one uses Facebook data to create lookalike audiences for. People are only doing lookalike audiences for US, Canada, Australia, UK. But as you can see from the campaigns and the results you've been seeing over the past 2 weeks, well, in this case, we've only been running the ads since the 2nd, so it's only been 9 days. My strategy works. Like this is real, this is proof. Like this is the stuff what the top dogs do and they're keeping it a secret. So I'm really happy to share this to you guys and give it away. And you know, I'm doing this to really give back to the community. Like the dropshipping content that got me started was what led me to success. And now using the success I have, I want to be able to give back to the community and help those who are just like me 2.5 years ago who would have wished for content just like this. So what I went ahead and did was, out of the 34 ad sets that I have running, I'm going to go ahead and pick all the top ad sets. So as you can see, I sorted in ROAS. Besides the retargeting, anything that was above 1.5 ROAS, I duplicated into a new campaign. So I took basically all the best ad sets with high ROAS, put it together in this strong CBO campaign. So I've talked about this strategy before, but you guys are going to be seeing it live. So I'm going to name this new campaign 360 Glide Top Ad Sets CBO Campaign. Duplicate. So as you can see, I literally took the best 16 ad sets I have, put into this new CBO campaign, turn on CBO. I'm going to set the daily budget to, I'm going to keep it to highest value or lowest cost. I'm going to set the budget to $300 to start with. And I'm going to also turn off all the ads, all the old ads that were from the initial testing phase that we no longer need, because we've proved that the black and white one performed the best. So I'm going to go ahead and delete those. And yeah, that's a CBO campaign launched. So lucky for you, you guys won't have to wait another day or two to find out the results. I'm going to be able to open up the next recording and show you guys the results live and show you guys what happened the next day. But it's currently 12th of September, 7:30 p.m. Hopefully you guys are keeping track because this is all live. And then change of plans. You know, I don't want to be a bitch. I'm going to go ahead and launch it at 500 Australian dollars. Give it a really good head start. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and launch all those ad sets, and now we're going to check out the results now.
The next day.
Okay, it is the 13th of September, 6:35 a.m. A day has passed, and check out our CBO campaign. It's doing amazing. You guys saw me just launch it, and check out how well it's doing. 9 purchases, $25.77 Australian dollars per purchase. We have a ROAS of 2.02. Things are doing insanely well. Like our CBO campaign is crushing it, and that's what happens when you take all the best ad sets for your testing campaigns and put it together in this strong CBO campaign. And then here's the results of all the new interests that we scaled into, the obscure countries that we did lookalike audiences for, and we got some lucky new interests like automatic watch is doing pretty well,
A lot of the obscure country hasn't gotten sales, and the new interests that we launched haven't gotten sales, like mechanical watch, basketball, James Harden, Apple Watch, Rolex. We haven't gotten any sales on that. So the new interests aren't doing too well, but luckily the CBO campaign is killing it. As you can see today, we're very unprofitable, $50.99 per purchase. Let's see how we're doing this week. Overall this week, not too bad, 1.73 ROAS, which is pretty nice. But today is just a bad day, despite being a Friday. That sort of got me hesitant a bit, but right now I just sort by ROAS. I'm killing everything that has a low ROAS. I'm gonna kill this one that has a 1.4 ROAS as well, take that out of the picture. Technically I could have kept that open, but I think I only had 2 purchases, so I was betting that, like, you know, it's not gonna get that third purchase that brings it back because I've already spent quite a lot of money. Also, as you notice, I got 1,450 initiate checkouts. So now I could properly create a initiate checkout audience, because before the initiate checkout audience lookalike audience I made was literally when it said below 1,000. It's still below 1,000, and that's just because Facebook is a bit delayed when it comes to the custom audience. It doesn't populate straight away. So I'm gonna wait it out, let it collect more initiate checkout data before I relaunch the initiate checkout lookalike audiences, because that technically should do much better than the page view lookalike audience. I'm gonna go ahead and create website traffic, and we're gonna create the lookalike audience that I mentioned earlier, where we target people visitor by time. So in this case, we're gonna create an audience for the top 25%, visitor by time, top 15, and top 5%. And these are very underrated lookalike audiences that not many people use, but I highly recommend it. So I'm going to fast forward now. So that's the top 5%, visitor by time spent, and that's all 3. And I'm going to let them populate, and I'll create lookalike audiences for those. But going back to the campaign, the CBO campaign 2.12 ROAS, it's killing it. Like, even though it's a bad day, it's killing it. Like, CBO is so powerful, and a lot of people want to get started with CBO. You only can do CBO after you go through the whole testing phase. All right, so it's the 14th of September, 10:30 p.m. Check this out. Our CBO campaign is now at 32 freaking purchases. It's collecting data fast, and our main campaign is at 225 purchases. Things are going well. And then what I'm doing now is I'm sorting by country, because I want to find out other top performing countries that I can go ahead and create lookalike audiences for. As you can see, here's the Excel sheet we had from last week. Here's all the top countries that are doing well. Italy seems to be doing very well. India, unprofitable. US, pretty much unprofitable as well. Yep, US 1.21 unprofitable. But Germany, Spain, UK, Italy, Portugal doing very well. Brazil is unprofitable. So US is good, Germany is very strong, Spain is pretty strong, UK is good. So since I now have over 1,000 initiate checkouts, I'm going to find the top strongest countries to launch initiate checkout lookalike audiences to. So I'm going to fill up this list of all the countries I want to, or the top countries that have more than 3 purchases, that have a very high ROAS, that can then launch lookalike audiences too. And I'm going to fast forward this now. So I just build up a list, and eventually have this full list of countries that are doing very well. And as you can see, now we have 1,400 initiate checkouts. So I should have patiently waited till I had over 1,000 before I went ahead and created the initiate checkout lookalike audiences. But now I do. Now I could go ahead and create these lookalike audiences. So I'm going to put in Germany. And as you can see, 3.2 mil, pretty good. So I'm going to go ahead and create it. Spain, 2.5 million, perfect. I'm going to go ahead and launch that. And then I go ahead and launch, my editor's going to fast forward it by putting all these different countries. As you can see, next is Portugal. I've dragged Portugal from 0 to 10%. It's only 675,000. So it's very small. So what I do is I combine it with Netherlands, and now bumps it up to 1.7 mil. And I'm like, oh, it's still pretty small. Let's combine it with France. And that brings it up to 5.2 mil. And at 5.2 mil, what I can do is I can break it up into 2. And it'll be 2.7 mil each, which is sort of the perfect size for your lookalike audience.
So I'm giving away everything when it comes to scaling. You guys are getting every single thing completely for free. And I like to have an Excel to track all the countries I've tested so I don't retest them. I'm going to fast forward this. So I'm basically just launching the lookalike audiences. Now I have all the lookalike audiences created. I'm going to go ahead and duplicate my best ad set. And this is in my testing campaign. Remember, all these lookalike audiences that I'm looking for launching for initiate checkouts, I'm going to put it into the testing 360 glide campaign, and I'm not going to put it straight into the CBO campaign because I want to prove and find out which of these lookalike audiences will perform the best. So now go ahead and load up all these ad sets with its corresponding audience I just created, but I don't rename the name of the ad set just because it will take too long to name each one, France, Germany, and the combination. So I just go ahead and lazily rename it to 004, initiate checkout lookalike audience. That's what I'm going to do now. I name it top ROAS countries, and I should have changed it to 004. I forgot to do that. And go ahead and launch all those. Automatic watch doing pretty well. Automatic watch 6 purchases at $40 daily budget, $17.39. Checking the data. It's been consistently getting a sale every single day without fail. So it's a pretty consistent ad set. Some days it gets like one sale at 39, which is a bit scary. So I'm going to leave it as is since it's not too consistent. So as you can see, I'm going to go ahead and launch all these top ROAS country lookalike audiences that I launched for initiate checkout for page view lookalike audience, just because page view lookalike audience is also doing pretty well. So as you can see, these top ROAS country lookalike audiences are doing pretty well. I think I already got 4 purchases. One of the countries gotten already 2 purchases at $5.45 each. So as you can see, these top ROAS country lookalike audiences for initiate checkouts are doing pretty well. So I'm going to go ahead and select page view, and then I'm going to go ahead and create lookalike audiences on those top ROAS countries. Pretty simple and straightforward. I'm going to speed this up just because it's basically exactly what we did on last video. We're going to fast forward since you've seen me do this many times by now. So I think that's about it. We went ahead and created a bunch of page view lookalike audiences for all those top ROAS countries. Now I have to load them all into the ad set into our testing 360 glide campaign. See, these are all the different countries that we're launching. I duplicated 13 ad sets. Now I'm going to go ahead and plug in all those page view lookalike audiences that we just created for those top ROAS countries that we discovered from the last episode. So right now I'm trying to write down all the page view lookalike audiences I've done, because remember when I did those obscure countries, I'm putting that into the Excel sheet now because I realized that I forgot to put in the obscure countries onto the Excel sheet because I don't want to recreate some lookalike audiences that I've already tested. In this example, I won't have to redo Czech Republic. I already tested it during the obscure lookalike audiences video. And I also already tested Portugal, so I won't have to retest Portugal. I already did Egypt, so I won't have to retest Egypt. So the only ones I'm going to have to test are Netherlands, France, and South Korea, Poland, Mexico, Colombia, Romania, and Africa. So out of all the top ROAS countries, these are the remaining ones I have not tested for page view lookalike audience. See how I'm using this Excel sheet to track it? And now if you didn't have this Excel sheet, it will be very confusing and hard to track what you've done for which custom audience, and things will just get confused. That's why I highly recommend to put together an Excel sheet tracking all your lookalike audiences. So now go ahead and create the lookalike audiences for those highlighted countries. And yeah, I think that's it. That's 9 new countries. I'm naming these the top ROAS countries for page view lookalike audiences. Since they did very well with initiate checkout, I'm going to bet they will do pretty well on page view lookalike audiences. So that's the continuous scaling process. Now come to the new thing. In this video, we're going to go ahead and show you guys how to go ahead and scale with the new video ad. See how the initial video ad I had was very simple. Now I'm going to go ahead and create a much better video ad. So I'm going to go ahead and go on Google. I search Geek Think Watch. That's the name of the watch. That's on AliExpress. Now I'm going to get a bunch of footage. So I'm going to fast forward because now I'm just collecting footage. Quick tease at the data. we're at $11,661.52. Man, that's crazy. Like, we started, it's only been 15, we started on the 2nd, it's only been 13 freaking days, and we're already $11,661 in. And the crazy thing is, you guys have been following the whole journey. Like, I've seen no one do this, but I've been sort of emphasizing how good of a free course this is. I'm going to stop the emphasis. I'm going to let you guys be the judge. But that's the content. I want to show you guys the numbers. We're doing pretty well so far. But basically, I'm going to open up the previous ad I have. I'm going to extend the music. Go ahead and download the YouTube content of the watch. I'm going to fast forward this process. This will get boring if I sort of let you guys watch the whole thing. What I'm doing is I'm replacing all the still image shots with moving image shots. So I'm keeping all the timestamps the exact same of the transitions. The only thing I'm changing in is putting in moving shots. Zoom out. How awesome is that? So I'll repeat that again. So I find clips of the sort of watch, slip it in. Every time there's a still image, I'll put in a footage of the watch being used and moving around just to make it more life-like. Putting in cuts whenever there is sort of like a beat change, so I sort of sync it to the music. I'm trying to make it under a minute because you want to make sure you're able to post it on Instagram, so you need videos to be under, I think, a minute. But I think Instagram can go a bit longer, but you want to keep your videos pretty short when it comes to your ads, because people nowadays, very short attention span. That's the ad. Now I'm going to go ahead and render the video, and let's watch the final output of it. That's amazing. Man, how good is it? See how on the beats it transitions? I timed it perfectly. Every time there's a beat, it changes. Keeps people engaged. See the moving content of the product rather than a still image. That's cool. Check out, see, every time there's a beat, it changes. Check out this. This is part of the video on YouTube. Awesome. There were some glitches there that I needed to remove. But yeah, that, like, I basically upgraded the video. So once you sort of get a winning creative, winning ad, you want to put in some money or time in this case to sort of create a better version. And you want to create maybe 2 to 3 different versions, because this one might not perform better than the original one. So that's why you're going to pump out a few different ones to really give it a proper split test. So I'm just going to cut out that bug, those glitches that you saw. I'm going to save it. And that's how you go ahead and create a better ad. And then what you guys want to do next is you want to get all your best ad sets, duplicate your best ad sets into a new campaign and test it with this new video. So you want to give the video the best chance possible, and you can do that by getting the best ad sets that's already proven to work and let the new video be put into those best performing ad sets to see how it performs, and hopefully it outperforms the original one. If not, then you just have to create another creative, and you just keep on creating until you have one that's better. And that's how you increase your conversion rate, lower your cost per purchase for free by just getting a better video. What most people don't know, but Shopify actually integrated Google Shopping and Facebook marketing. So on the left hand side underneath the analytics tab, click marketing, and it's very, very simple to set up. Now you go ahead and you click create campaign, then you can select Google Shopping. There's even Snapchat story ads. Like, Shopify is getting very smart and very integrate friendly. It's allowing you to sync to all these ad platforms with ease. Now you go ahead, I open up Google Shopping, it tells me I have to fill in all these things. I need to create my refund policy, my terms of service, I need to add contact information. So if you click those buttons, it'll bring you to the exact page on what you need to fill out. And as you can see, my refund policy has been empty. I can't believe like I've been able to scale to like $12,000 without a refund policy. That's just insane. I had the refund policy page, but I forgot to put it on Shopify's backend into the legal pages area. But that's pretty crazy. Like I was able to scale so far without forgetting the legal pages, which is pretty funny. So now I need to do the terms of service. So I'm going to click that, copy the terms of service, go back here, do the terms of service. While I'm here, I'm also going to put in privacy policy and shipping information. This should have been done during the Shopify store setup, but I just totally forgot. But it hasn't been an issue, as you can see with all the orders coming in. Go back to marketing, go back to create campaign, go to Google Shopping, finish Google Shopping setup, and then bam, we're in. Then you go ahead and connect your Google ad account. I'm going to log in. Now I'm going to go ahead and pick the merchant center, which has all my products, and then I'll link it up. I select an old merchant's account that already had another associated store. Since both the merchant centers I had already was connected to a different store, I went and clicked create a merchant center account on the bottom left hand corner. Then now they gave me a new merchant ID and everything was loaded. Like it's pretty automated, like it does everything for you. Now for the product titles and descriptions, I like to pick default title, default product description, shipping settings, automatically import my shipping settings. Now that everything has loaded, I'm going to try click configure account. Bam, updating merchant center account. While that's waiting, I'm going to try set up Facebook marketing, see if they could create an automatic DPA ad for me, a dynamic display ad. Go ahead and connect my Facebook account. I'm going to connect my Facebook account. Now it has all my ad accounts. Now I have to accept this Facebook sort of terms and conditions. Connected my account, select my country, so I'll put in United States because that's where the majority of customers will be, in the United States. Now I could go ahead and click create campaign. Going back to the Google Shopping, that's still loading. While waiting, now I could go ahead and create my Facebook dynamic retargeting ad. It's as simple as that. Like it makes it very, very easy. Like back in the day, creating a dynamic ad was so difficult, but this just makes things super easy and streamlined, as you can see. As you can see, it's just like the Facebook dynamic ad setup. Very simple. And yeah, that's the whole process when it comes to setting up your Google Shopping and Facebook dynamic ads using the Shopify platform. Now let's go back to our Facebook ad account. As you can see, I'm scaling more horizontally just because the interest targeting has been doing so well. I'm going to try more interests such as gadgets, smart device technology, Tech Insider, New York Knicks, Houston Rockets, Golden State Warriors. So I'm scaling out horizontally further because I only tested roughly around 19 interests. Like ideally, if a product is strong, you should first start by scaling to 50 different similar interests for your niche. So I'm just picking similar interests. So I'm going to go ahead and publish those 10 new interests. So as you can see, our CBO campaign is not doing too hot now. It's 12 purchases in. The ROAS is 1.27, not doing too well today at least. But it is on a high budget and this is just one-off day. The main testing campaign doing very well with that 2.4 ROAS. What I also did was I did a duplicated the CBO campaign, and I did Facebook newsfeed. So remember how we excluded Facebook newsfeed? Well, this time I tested Facebook newsfeed and it's doing extremely well. 2.51 ROAS. Also, the new creative that we did last video, I tested it. What I did was I took all the best ad sets, put it into a CBO campaign, put the budget to 100. So I'm testing the new video with a new separate CBO campaign. So that's a result for today. Let's check out lifetime. Looking at lifetime, our Facebook CBO campaign doing pretty average, but our other CBO campaign has 44 purchases at $31.93 each. Still profitable since we added in all those upsells. So a lot of people are spending $50. Oh, we got another purchase. So now the cost per purchase is at No, it went up to $32. But the ROAS is 1.6. The Facebook one is 2.51. The main testing campaign is 1.44. But we've spent roughly 10 grand on ads by now. But that's sort of the update on the ads. And then we got the testing campaign. We spent $5. We're getting pretty expensive cost per landing page views. So it doesn't look like the new ad that we spent in a few hours. Well, at least less for me. I spent less than 1 hour to make. Doesn't look like that would be a stronger winner than the original one. And my hypothesis on why that is the case is probably because the original ad was very simple. It was sort of not professional, and those type of ads seem to do the best, whereas the new one I created, I put in more effort, it looks more professional, it's more fancy, and that doesn't seem to do as well, ironically. But yeah, that's my hypothesis on why it didn't work better. In this video, we'll be going over how to sort of utilize all that pixel data that you've collected. Because when you grow and collect so much data, especially like in this case, we paid for all this data. How do we utilize that data to even further our sort of business and sort of scale it even further? Because like I spent so much money on selling the 360 Glide watch. How do I utilize that data for the future? So as you can see, I went on AliExpress and all I did was Google watch, and I sort by orders to find the most popular watches. And I'm just scrolling through and looking for watches that sort of pique my interest and catch my eye. And another trick I do is I set the maximum price to 10 USD. So it just shows me a bunch of cheap watches. So now I know all these watches I can get a decent margin on, since I limited the upper price on all these watches. I'm just going deep into all these different pages, and I'll probably fast forward it now. So I went ahead and opened up all the watches. And as you can see, there's some pretty cool watch designs. So there was this watch, and then I liked it, so I added to Oberlo. There was this watch, added to Oberlo. This watch, I added it. I basically imported everything to Oberlo. So I'm going to go ahead and upload it to my store now. So as you can see, here is sort of the video. What I'm doing is I'm starting by renaming the title. It's something long and complicated. I just want to make it simple. In this case, it'll be pink marble. For the description, I'm going to keep it very, very simple. I'm probably going to remove all the unnecessary sort of data from AliExpress's description and leave what is necessary. I won't go ahead and write a custom sort of description, because since I have 10 different watches, I'll waste too many times putting together a custom description for 10 different watches. What I'm going to do is I'm going to test all these 10 watches with these very generic descriptions, and the ones that get sales would I then go back and put in some time to make a better description. The names look all cool, everything looks good. I'm going to go ahead and price everything at $19.99 and then put the full price at say $40, and I'll do this for all the watches so I give them a fair battle. What I plan to do is I'll do it $24.99. What I plan to do is literally let all these watches that I added to my Oberlo, I think I added 10, let them battle it out. And since my Pixel is very strong within the watch niche now, I'm expecting some pretty decent results. I'm taking a look at the images. I'm adding images that I think will be relevant, as you can see, and then go ahead and repeat this process for the next watch, and I do the exact same thing for other 9 watches. So I'm probably going to fast forward it now, but I basically do the same thing. Put a very easy title, 360 Beam, remove all the unnecessary data, leaving behind the only necessary description, and then I go to variants. I'm going to sort of rename the variants to make it more neater, as you can see on the fast forward recording, and I'm going to select the images I need. I go ahead and I repeat that with all the other watches. So I'm going to fast forward now. You get a time lapse of me basically uploading every single watch, because it takes a while. So here's the time lapse. Okay, there's this watch. It sort of reminds me of that sort of clock in UK called, I think, the Big Ben Tower. So I Google London clock, Benjamin Tower or something because I forgot the name of it. And then I name it Big Ben Watch, or the Big Ben. I keep it very simple. So that's a cool way. Like, I'm coming up with interesting names. I'm basically rebranding these watch my way, in a way that I believe it should be branded and approached. And then bam, I have all the watches uploaded on my site. And what I did was I opened all the watches on a new tab just to check and make sure everything looks good. Remove any bugs. As you can see now, I'm just organizing, making it nicer, changing the images around, making sure the variant images are correct. Had to change the battery, so I just got back and we're going to continue with the video. So as you can see, we're just sort of moving the images around, making each one of the listing very nice, reordering the image, and we basically do that for all 10 listings, as you can see. So for example, stuff like this where I notice a missing variant image, where like a image isn't linked to a variant, I would put in the variant's image. The white variant doesn't have the white watch attached to it, so I just uploaded and picked the white watch to connect it. And now that I finished editing all the listings and making sure they're all perfect, what I'm going in now is I'm clicking in each one of these product listings and I'm copying and download the image, because I'm going to use this image to make a Facebook ad creative out of it. So as you can see, I'm going to fast forward now. Now I go to 360 Glide's Facebook page, and now I'm going to go ahead and create the first post. I'm going to go ahead and upload the first photo, which is a 360 beam. I'm going to get the URL to the product, link it in. Now I'm going to go ahead and make the ad copy. I'm going to make something that's very simple and generic that I could copy and paste for all 10 watches. So I copied the sort of ad copy I had for the 360 Glide, which had 100,000 views by now. I've actually just switch out the URL and put in the new product link, and then I change it from innovating to beautiful, since some of the watches are just very aesthetically pleasing. Now I go ahead and post it, and that's the first ad. Now I go ahead and repeat that process again with all the other different watches one by one. I'm going to fast forward it because it's going to be pretty boring, but I repeat that exact same process. Now that I finished launching all the watches, I'm going to go ahead and duplicate all the top ad sets from one of my previous sort of from the 360 Glide campaign. I'm taking all the best ad sets with the highest ROAS. I'm duplicating it into a new campaign, and that new campaign is going to be for all these other watches that I'm going to go ahead and test. I start by selecting all the top ad sets. I think I get these ad sets from my CBO campaign. This is CBO campaign by now has 74 purchases. The CBO campaign that you saw me launch earlier, the cost per purchase is getting pretty expensive, but since people are ordering like buy two get one free and spending $50 per watch, and this is Australian dollars, we're able to sort of break even. But I get the best ad sets, I duplicate them, put it into a new campaign, and I name it 026 new watches dash 360 beam, and I go ahead and put in a CBO. I make it CBO and I put a budget of $20. So I'm going to set a CBO campaign of $20 with all the best performing ad sets from the 360 Glide and use those to test my watches. So I'll go ahead and click use existing post, change post. Then I go ahead and scroll down and select the first watch is the 360 beam. and then continue. And that's how I go ahead and make the first campaign for the first watch. I'm going to do this with 10. So I'm letting all these watches battle against each other and see which one performs the best. And given that my pixel is pretty strong, it's going to help get me purchases. So that's why you want to really utilize your pixel data once you scale your product. Most people, they sort of scale out a product, it dies off, and they go to the next product. They don't utilize that product's sort of pixel and data to go ahead and try finding winners with similar products. So as you can see, the ad looks very, very clean. I put it on Facebook mobile, super clean ad. I don't add any buttons. I go ahead and duplicate this 8 more times, and then I plug in a bunch of different watches. So I'm going to fast forward. I have the world map watch, the 360 pendulum, the diamond quartz watch, the hidden band watch. So I got quite a large variety of watches that I picked. That's done. All 9 campaigns are finally finished. So now I'm going to go ahead and publish all 9 new watches I'm going to launch and let them sort of battle it out. And check this ad out. Look how clean that looks. Like this is a clean ad, very simple. And people forget, like, image ads still perform very, very well. People underestimate image ads. But that's the testing phase for all these new watches. So as you can see, these are the 10 campaigns for the 10 watches. And as you can see, we didn't do too bad. Literally, since our pixel is so strong, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of the 10 watches got sales. That's pretty crazy. Yes, I had to let them run for quite a long time. A lot of them, I've made a loss on letting them run for so long, but the ratio is crazy. Like with my strong pixel, I could basically sell any single watch I want. And this just proves that. And then we're able to see that the Big Ben watch and the World Map watch did pretty well. They both weren't profitable, but one got 4 purchases, one got 2 purchases, and they were roughly $35 per purchase. So given this, all I need to do is hire a bunch of VAs and just launch 10 watches every single day, and eventually I'll find a new watch that does insanely well and just go off volume. And I repeat that again and again and again, and my pixel is just going to get stronger and stronger and stronger. When I find a winning watch, then I go ahead and convert the whole 360 glide store to that watch. And that's sort of what I did. So see how the world map got 4 purchases. I went ahead and was like, okay, let's sort of give the world map watch a try. So I went ahead and created a campaign called the World Map Watch. We scaled this to highly unprofitable, but we scaled this to 14 purchases. I went ahead and horizontally scaled with interest targeting, had a bunch of sales, but nothing that really popped off. I even went ahead and converted the 360 glide store to the World Map Watch. As you can see, here's a watch completely converted. I just switched it out. And then this watch did didn't do too bad. Like, it had potential, but wasn't as profitable as I needed it to be. But with time, I just repeat this process again and again and again. And eventually I'm going to get another watch that I could even scale to 6 figures, 7 figures, because the watch niche is very, very strong. And over time, my pixel gets stronger and stronger. It gets easier and easier and easier to scale. But that's how you go ahead and really take one niche and take over that niche with your strong pixel. Now it's the store reveal time. So I'm going to go back to the Shopify dashboard. I'm going to go ahead and select September the 1st to September the 30th. Check that out. We made it. We exceeded the challenge. Like, it was supposed to be 30K in 30 days. We actually hit $33,771.55 in freaking 30 days. Technically under 30 days because we started on the 3rd of September. But we hit our goals, guys. Like, that's crazy. You guys were able to... I'm going to refresh again. You guys can see the bar. It's currently refreshing. Going to go ahead. Go to September the 1st to September the 30th. That's it. We hit our goals. And check this out. Look at all the top products. Like, we had 109 orders of people buying 3 freaking watches. Who the hell needs 3 watches? That's how strong the upsell was. And on top of that, we got a lot of upsell orders. Like we made an extra like several, like I think I'm pretty sure like 5,000, like a few $1,000s was just from upsells. We got, you know, $5,450 just from buy 2 get 1 free. We got a few orders of people actually buying 4 and getting 3 free, so that was surprising. But yeah, that's it, we hit our goals. I'm actually going to take you guys through the whole process on how to go ahead and sell your store. So who's this relevant to? This is relevant to people who want to go ahead and sell their store because they want to then transition into building their own brand. You saved up all this money through your dropshipping business. Now you want to sort of take ecom to that next step, next level, and go ahead and use all your savings to build your own brand and your own product, such as musicchest.com or bomberandcompany.com. And you want to sort of just build something that's more long-term and more sustainable, and you want to go ahead and sell your dropshipping store after you found success on it. Or if you're sort of just building a bunch of one product stores, and every time you sort of scale out a one product store to the max, you want to go ahead and sell that one product store and then move on to the next one product store. This video is going to be relevant to you, so you're definitely going to watch this because I'll take you guys through everything. So as you can see, you want to go to the exchangemarketplace.com, and then you want to start by typing in your URL. So in this case, it was simplicetgamer.myshopify.com. That was sort of my official My Shopify username that I started with. And then after that, you want to install it, install the app, connect it to your Shopify store, and then you want to go ahead and click Start Now. And then after that, it should take your page to where you can go ahead and list a product. But I'm going to put in a clip now of me actually taking you guys through the whole process. I explain my thought process on how I make the listing, how I actually use market research to find the right price, as well as how to go ahead and write the best store sale description possible, modeling my listing after people who've been able to successfully sell their Shopify store. And I actually show you guys through the whole process. I actually give you guys my template. So I take you guys through everything where you guys could literally copy and paste what I wrote in order to sell your own store. So hopefully you guys enjoy this tutorial. Alright, so as you can see, we're still getting sales, you know, once every week organically using 0 ad spend because I shut off all my ads. And we recently got approved for Shopify Exchange Marketplace. So we're going to go ahead and list up our store and try to go ahead and get a good price for it. So let's complete your listing. Tell us about yourself, optional. So I want to go ahead and go to Exchange Marketplace and look at other people's listing and sort of get inspiration on how they sort of write their store. Oh, let's go to sold. That's way better. So sold listings are roughly very cheap, as you can see. But none of these have done 30 grand a month. So that's completely different. Let's see the one that got sold for the most, and we'll go ahead and see what made them stand out. So one that sold for 26 grand. Okay, let's do this. I'll open up this. Oops. I open up in a new tab. Yep, open a new tab. Anything over 10,000, I'm opening in a new tab to get inspiration. Oops. Open a new tab. Open a new tab. Okay, so this isn't dropshipping. This has done 100,000. Red demand 320,000. 90k. The trend state, this is a dropshipping, yeah. This is a very good description. I'm gonna go ahead and use this. Let's see how much they price this at. Trend state. They sold it for 7.2k. Interesting. That's how you remodel the best. You get to solve listings, look for the best stores, and remodel their sort of best answers. How would you grow the store over the next 5 years? See how big my email list is. Go ahead and try to export it to see how many people I have in my email list. Very excited to see, because I get a combination of emails from people who abandoned checkout and emails from people who bought something. Whoa! We got 2,431 emails. So let's round it up to 2.5k. We'll probably even copy all this and save it into a template afterwards. I feel bad for copy and pasting it, but me recreating and making, if I didn't do this, everything here you're seeing now would be way less quality, not as good, spent way more time. So I'm just saving time by doing something that is available. Like, this person already sold their store. I'm not sort of like, they're not going to reuse it. They already put in the time and effort. It's just going to go to waste. Like, it's just going to get hidden into Shopify Exchange's sort of marketplace. So you really want to not let it go to waste and not reinvent the wheel. Might be watches, so it might be in fashion and apparel, I think, yeah. Yeah, that was the whole tutorial. I'm going to show you guys the final sort of product on what it finally looks like. As you can see, here is everything. You can literally slow this down, pause at the different stages, and literally copy what I write word for word and just switch out your store. As you can see, we're listing it for roughly 9,000 USD. So we're going to try to see if we get roughly around 8,500 USD after sort of the taxes. See, we list it for 9,750. But yeah, that's the whole process. I just have to fill in these missing things such as domain cost and total number of social followers. But yeah, hopefully you guys enjoy this series. Like, I literally took you guys to the very end. This is like a whole course, as you can see, very in-depth. 23 freaking parts in this series. All I hope is you guys share this series on your channel, share it to your friends, and that's all I asked for. You know, I gave it away for free, and that's what I asked. I don't want you guys to give me anything. Just share this and sort of help me grow this channel and community that we're building on YouTube together. But yeah. What's up, guys? Thank you so much for watching this series. I really appreciate your time and effort. This is the end of the episode. This is the end of the series, and I really want to thank you guys, because if it wasn't for you guys, I would not be putting out this much value. I really want to change the YouTube and educational space and just sort of differentiate myself from every single guru out there and just give away everything for free. And you know, I do hesitate with the thought of like, am I leaving money on the table? Is this content something I could have sold? Like, am I losing potential money that I could have got from this course? And you know, Gary Vee always talks about giving everything away for free. And you know, I really think and I believe that if I give, money would just follow. But you know, I still have those thoughts of like, what if I sort of packaged and sold this course? Like, am I doing something bad by just giving it away? And you know, I'm going to be real with you, like that has been on my mind. But I really believe with giving, and I think if I give, eventually in the long run, it's going to pay off. So I just want to thank everyone that's made it this far, and please give me your thoughts on my decision. Was this the right decision? Please tell me your thoughts, because you know, I'm not asking for anything. Hopefully this program, putting it out there for free, is able to sort of get me some attention, and that's sort of my goal, to sort of build up my personal brand, and hopefully be able to sort of bring you guys along with all my future journeys. And that's sort of the first step. This is going to be the first of many series, and based on how this goes, it's going to really determine what I'm going to do in the future with this YouTube channel. But I'm going to continue giving a lot of high quality content away completely for free, as you can see, as I've been doing. And I'm not going to be like most YouTubers where they just sort of repeat the same things over and over and over again. Every single video is going to be a completely brand new topic that I haven't gone through on my YouTube channel, and that's how I'm going to stand out, especially with this crazy series I'm giving away for free. And what am I going to sell? Probably nothing. You know, I'm living, like, thinking about it, I'm financially fine, so I don't need to sort of sell anything for a long time. I'm just going to continue giving, and you know, if I go broke, you know, I'll think of the solution then. But right now I'm just going to focus on giving, and hopefully opportunities will come up. But thank you so much for watching. That's the final conclusion I wanted to leave this course with.